Thanks, Mayor.
Or do I have 6:05 if you're ready?
We are ready, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are live streaming on YouTube, and we have the Zoom meeting going, so we're ready to go.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you, Porter, and sorry for the technical difficulties, everyone. We're now ready to begin the October 5th City Commission meeting, and we'll begin with some words from Porter O'Neill, our Communications and Creative Resources Director, about the operation of the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. I have just a few housekeeping items for this Zoom meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. Please remember to state your name each time you speak for the benefit of those participating remotely. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. Now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Finkeldye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you, Porter. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Vice Mayor Shipley,
Here.
Commissioner Nanda,
Here.
Commissioner Lawson,
Here.
Commissioner Bully.
Here.
We're all present this evening, and now we'll hear from our City Clerk, Sherry Wiedemann, about the public portion of this meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few procedural reminders. Commissioners and staff, please state your name and title each time you speak. Mayor, when a motion is made, please call on commissioners individually to provide their vote and announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. When public comment is sought on an item, the mayor will first call on those participating in person. Individuals wishing to provide public comment should approach the podium following social distancing and safety protocols. Participants are required to wear a mask, but may remove their mask while making remarks at the podium. Please state your name before speaking, and your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The mayor will then call on those participating virtually. Individuals providing public comment via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu, depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute and state your name. And again, your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you, Sherry. Before we begin the agenda tonight, I did want to take a moment to speak to our Indigenous students, staff, faculty, and all Indigenous peoples of Lawrence, to say that our hearts are deeply saddened to hear about the vandalism of Native Hosts, the public art installation by Hockey IV Edgar Hooper Birds on the grounds of the University of Kansas Spencer Museum of Art. Hooper Birds is internationally renowned for creating artwork that inspires thoughts and questions about environmental justice for Native peoples and their land rights. The City of Lawrence recognizes and is humbled by its long and historic relationship with Indigenous peoples, including all of the students, staff, and faculty at Haskell Indian Nations University and the University of Kansas, past and present. As we'll hear in a few moments during the proclamations, we are proud to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day each year. Laurentians also deeply value the power of art and its ability to raise historical and cultural awareness, challenge conventions, and effect benevolent change. We understand the significance of Professor Hooper Bird's artwork and the importance of an Indigenous artist exhibiting work at the University of Kansas Spencer Museum of Art. We also understand that destroying Professor Hooper Bird's artwork is hurtful, not just to the artist, but to so many others who have suffered at the hands of ignorance and arrogance for so many generations. While some might see this only as vandalism, we understand that the impact of this selfish and hurtful act goes much deeper and reflects old wounds for Indigenous people and many others who continue to be targeted by systemic racism in our society. To all of the individuals impacted by this act of aggression, we stand with you. We stand with you in grief, anger, and sadness. And as so eloquently exhibited by the First Nations Student Association and the other protesters last week, we also stand with you to embrace this as an opportunity to expand awareness, understanding, compassion, and growth. As part of the city's strategic plan, our mission is to create a community where all enjoy life in an equitable and inclusive way and feel at home. On behalf of the entire Lawrence City Commission, I reaffirm the city's solidarity with the Indigenous peoples in our community. We condemn all acts of hate and racism, including the theft or vandalism of property that holds a special place in the hearts of our friends. Thank you for being part of our community. With that, we are now going to move to our agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Do any member of the City Commission like to amend the agenda? If not, I look for a motion to approve.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I would move to approve the agenda.
Commissioner Bowley, second.
Mayor Finkeldei, there's a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Commissioner Bowley. Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Mayor Finkeldei, aye, passes 5-0. We now move to the proclamations. And our first proclamation is to proclaim October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I believe Will Averill is here to say a few words before I read the proclamation.
Hi, Will Averill, the Willow Domestic Violence Center. First off, I want to say thank you so much to all of you on the commission, and I'd like to extend my gratitude to the City of Lawrence for being willing to commit to the reading of this proclamation and the many others that I have seen read throughout the years. 2021 marks my 5th year at the Willow, and each year we have worked with the city to establish Domestic Violence Awareness Month, or as we like to call it, because we love jargon, DVAM, in October. And each year I have appreciated the opportunity to connect our services with the city to remind the community of what we do and the staggering statistics behind domestic violence. I've been thinking about these proclamations and what they mean, aside from being something that we do because it feels like doing something. What is the larger purpose? And this year I want to talk a little bit about that. I think it's easy for us to look at domestic violence as a personal or family issue. but each instance of domestic violence affects not only the abuser, survivor, and their families, but their religious community, their workplaces, and their community at large. In 2019, we completed a study with the engineering department at KU looking at the average costs of a domestic incident, and we found out some really fascinating and disturbing facts. First off, domestic battery calls are alarmingly frequent, totaling 30 to 50% of incidents involving officers. Not only that, but they can be among the most dangerous, particularly if firearms are involved. For the last few years, we have been partnering with the Lawrence Police Department on the Jessica Gonzalez Victims Advocate position. This advocate works with victims, officers, and court and legal representatives to provide information on our services and also how to help survivors navigate legal systems, which can often be confusing and intimidating on top of all the existing trauma that's going on. This program has been hugely successful at raising awareness, and it is vital. Based on the study that we did with that engineering program, $1 of shelter services at the Willow saves $8 in emergency services in a crisis incident. If we can stop these instances before they occur, not only do they benefit those directly involved, they help our community. We are very good at helping people once a crisis has occurred or within the community afterwards through advocacy and support groups. Still, it takes all of us to work together towards ending domestic violence. And that, commissioners, is what makes this proclamation so important. I know that you as a group care very deeply about Lawrence. I've seen it in the meetings I've attended and in conversations with you all. So I ask this request. Please consider this proclamation and the public aspect of domestic violence. We can all, as a community, assist survivors by believing them, by working to make our systems, including law enforcement, court, housing, and shelter services, as accessible and free from barriers as possible. We can learn to be trauma informed in our approach to policies on folks working through trauma, and we can continue to develop innovative programs and partnerships. The Willow offers free community presentations and trainings on many of the subjects I've touched on. Just want to encourage everyone in the community to use us as a resource, and please join us for any of our events that are going on this month, which you can find at willowdbcenter.org/DVAM 2021. And thank you very much for your time.
Well, thanks for those words, and thank you for putting this in perspective. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas more than 20,000 calls are placed to domestic violence hotlines nationwide every day, and whereas one domestic violence incident occurs every 23 minutes, and one domestic violence murder occurs every 11 days in the state of Kansas. And whereas the impact of domestic violence is felt not only by individuals and families, but communities and the nation as a whole. And whereas Lawrence joins with others across the state of Kansas and nationwide in supporting domestic violence victims and survivors, the advocates and organizations who serve them, and holding offenders accountable in our community. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldey, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, in recognition of the critical work being done by domestic violence advocates and allies in service of the survivors and victims they serve. I encourage all citizens to actively engage in the scheduled activities and events sponsored by the Willow Domestic Violence Center and other organizations working towards an eradication of domestic violence. Thank you very much. Thank you, Will, for all your work. Thanks, Megan Stuckey, and your entire staff for all you do in the community. And I certainly do encourage everyone to get out and learn more about this topic and make Lawrence a better place by eliminating domestic violence in our community. Thank you. The clapping is just not the same on Zoom as it is in person, but the intent is good. Thank you, Will. Our second proclamation is to proclaim the second Monday in the month of October as Indigenous Peoples Day, as mentioned earlier. And I think Dr. Ferris is going to maybe lead us off with a few speakers before I read the proclamation.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ferris Mohammed, Director of Equity and Inclusion for the City of Lawrence. And on behalf of Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation, I think we have with us this evening Representative Christina Haswood, as well as Melissa Peterson from the University of Kansas as the Director of Tribal Relations to share a few words with us this evening. But before they launch into sharing some words on behalf of the proclamation, I did want to take this opportunity to provide an update to the land acknowledgement statement that the commission discussed a couple months ago. And so just as a brief update related to that, the City Attorney's Office and Office of Equity and Inclusion did discuss the Department of Equity and Inclusion taking the lead on this matter. And so in partnership with a few Indigenous community members and experts in this area, which includes Melissa Peterson, as well as Professor Sarah Dare, who's a distinguished professor at the University of Kansas. And despite her being on research leave for the next year or so, she was still able to sort of accommodate me and help provide me with some resources and some updates as we was able to share different resources about where should we land as it relates to the development and use of land acknowledgement statements here in the city of Lawrence. We were able to attend a conference together called Beyond Land Acknowledgements. And one of some of the takeaways that we debriefed from that conference was sort of to make sure that we proceed at a delicate pace related to the development of a land acknowledgement statement, because there are some national conversations that's going on as it's becoming more and more common to see these at different government functions, festivals, conferences, places of worship, et cetera. And many people are starting to have more and more concerns surrounding its use as far as what people refer to as optic allyship. So making sure that the land acknowledgement statement in and of itself is not just sort of performative, but making sure that there are some action steps that's happening beyond the acknowledgement. So we're working together to try to figure out with the community what might that look like here in Lawrence. And so I believe Melissa Peterson is also here this evening and want to give some updates as relates to some events that may be coming up to kind of help create more awareness around the Indigenous Peoples Day. So with that, I can turn it over, if she's present here, to Representative Christina Haswood.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. We've been working together on numerous events, so I'm sure he can share some of those details in an email or something here in the future, since Indigenous Peoples Day is next week. I'm actually going to read a statement from the First Nations Student Association. They're not here tonight as either one is protesting or busy with some studies, but we, the First Nations Student Association leadership, want to take this opportunity to thank the city for presenting this Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation. It is so important for local government to bring visibility to Native faculty, staff, and students at Haskell, KU, and to the natives who live in the city and surrounding areas. Despite colonial disposition and the state-sponsored acts of genocide to remove Native people as stewards over this land and its elements, Native people are still here. We are living, contributing members to society that bring value and insight to our areas of interest and our interactions with the community. Indigenous Peoples Day is one way to bring more awareness to Native people and our contributions, but visibility is not enough. What is more important in this moment is to increase the social, political, and economic power of Native people in the community so that they can lead on critical issues in democracy, the economy, community health, environment, the arts, culture, and tradition. We are very thankful for the city's support and standing in solidarity with us as we are working through some direct and targeted acts against us at KU. We also thank you for the city's commitment to the Native community with this proclamation. We'll leave this with a challenge. We want you all to consider how you can partner with the Indigenous communities to give a platform for our Native people. Indigenous people and their solutions are worth considering and supporting. So I'm the advisor for the First Nations Student Association as well. So we've been dealing with a lot of things on campus. So the proclamation for the city is definitely helpful because you have that support from the city. And I think that also leads those at KU to follow that as well. So thank you for doing this today. And I look forward to more work together, especially with Dr. Mohammed. And a lot of the things we do today is definitely going to be helpful for our future generations, like my daughter here who's sleeping through this. So thank you.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Dr. Mohammed, any other statements before I read the proclamation?
Ferris Mohammed, Director of Equity and Inclusion. I believe Melissa Peterson was going to strive to make it this evening, but perhaps she had some schedule conflict, perhaps. I know she wanted to share about some updated events that was coming up, but if she's not present, I can try to get that information sent out to you all.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Hello, that was Melissa Peterson. Sorry. Hatito, Chucky Wietha, Lori Hasselman, Nitesi Thosen, Nila Nokila Nape. Hello, everyone. My name is Lori Hasselman. I'm a citizen of the Delaware and Shawnee tribes of Oklahoma. In 2015, I was one of the Haskell students that organized the march to encourage the City Commission to pass the initial proclamation, along with my friend and student colleague, Barbara Wolfen, and some other community members. And that was a lot of work that we did, that we put in as Indigenous people, and also along with some of the community members. We weren't the only ones that tried to encourage the city to do that. There were many students and many community members before that. So in 2015, when the initial proclamation was passed, it was a very important day, as important as this day is. And I think that by passing the proclamation today, that the city is making a commitment to those folks that put in all of that hard work, and we're coming together as a community and solidifying those relationships and working toward building those relationships in the future. In 2015, there were 9 cities that had passed similar proclamations, and Lawrence was one of those. And so I think that we can stand very proud in this moment in knowing that Lawrence was breaking some real ground in 2015, and that we're moving forward in that space, and again, just building bridges between Indigenous people of our community and our community members, as well as these 2 universities that we have in Lawrence. So I really appreciate that the work that was done in the past is being continued, and appreciate the passage of this proclamation today. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Oh, go ahead, Ferris.
Yeah, Ferris Mohammed, Director of Equity and Inclusion. My apologies. I meant to say Representative Christina Haswood. She mentioned that she may be en route traveling, so she may not be able to make it present to here virtually. So maybe she's not here this evening. So with that, that's probably it, unless there are some other additional people at City Hall.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you, Ferris. Thank you for those comments. Also, Melissa, thank you for the comments. And on behalf of the Student Association as well, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas the City of Lawrence recognizes that the Indigenous peoples of the land that would later become known as the Americas have occupied these lands since time immemorial, and whereas the City of Lawrence recognizes that Lawrence is built upon the homelands of the Kanza and Osage Indigenous peoples, and whereas Lawrence, Kansas is home to Haskell Indian Nations University, currently representing over 120 federally recognized tribes from throughout the United States, and whereas the City of Lawrence values the many contributions made to the Lawrence community through Indigenous peoples, intellectual, spiritual, and deep cultural contribution that have enhanced the character of the City of Lawrence. And whereas the idea of Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations and sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the second Monday in the month of October as Indigenous Peoples Day in the City of Lawrence, and urge citizens to reflect upon the culturally diverse struggles of Indigenous peoples on this land, to encourage ongoing efforts to reflect the full and accurate history of our place, and to celebrate the resilient, cultural, diverse Indigenous traditions and values in our community. Thank you very much. Again, the clapping. But Mayor Finkel, I thank you, everyone, and it's, as you said, back in 2015, it seemed maybe to be a bigger deal at the time, but we don't want to lose the fact that it's still a big deal today, and we certainly appreciate and are happy to recognize the second Monday as Indigenous Peoples Day. So thank you all for being here, and we'll move on with our agenda. Appreciate it. We're now going to move to the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. First, are there any city commissioners who'd like to pull an item off of the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there any person present at City Hall that'd like to pull a matter off the consent agenda?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you, Sherry. And is there any person on Zoom who would like to pull a matter off the consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature and Sherry will call upon you.
There are no items to pull.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you, Sherry. I'd look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I would move to approve the consent agenda.
Commissioner Boley, second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. There's a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Commissioner Bully. Commissioner Ananda,
Aye.
Commissioner Bully,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley. Vice Mayor Shipley? Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Did
Vice
you call
Mayor
my name?
Yeah.
I had a blip in my internet. I'm sorry.
That's an aye, okay. Mayor Finkel, aye. It passes, difficult, but 5-0. We'll call it good. Now, that brings us to the public comment. You're good now, Vice Mayor Shipley. So, okay, public comment. The public is allowed to speak on items or issues that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. And we also do have some written communications, both originally and some added today, that are on part of our packet. But if any member of the public is present at City Hall and would like to make general public comment on something not on the agenda, please let Sherry know and she'll call upon you.
Go right ahead.
Well, I'm Paul Bonmeyer, and I noticed in the Journal World today that there was an excellent article about memorializing the individuals who had a tragic event occur in 1880 on the Kansas Bridge. I also listened tonight to comments made about the indigenous people and protecting the tragedy that occurred at KU when their display was stolen. I think it's important then that the Lawrence City Commission consider the people at Stall and protecting their rights, because vandalism does occur in this cemetery. And right now, this Stall haunted house is being promoted on the Explore Lawrence website. And I think that the consideration for those people should be as great as for the others. And when I was here, I mentioned the fact 2 weeks ago that I did not have the picture taken in 1922 of the individuals at the Stall church. And I asked you then if you thought they were devil worshipers. And I'm going to leave these here, and you can come and pick those up at any time during the year. And thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else that had general public comment? Okay. That's it here in the room, and no one online has indicated yet they have general public comment. Oh, there we go.
Mayor
Chad?
Finkel, aye. Yes, if folks want to make general public comment on items on the agenda, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or turn your video on and Sherry will call upon you.
Chad Osdale.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was here again. Needless to say, my name's Chad Osdale. I'm an ex-city employee. I never have had my answer as to what a 2 method is that I was scored as in my department. If you can't find it in writing anywhere, which won't be a surprise, you can ask Dave Wagner, the department head. He's the one who decided that our department was going to be scored using the 2 method, even though there's no explanation in the evaluation process what a 2 method is. It's my belief that all employees have a right to know what their performance evaluation is used for, how it's evaluated and scored. And the way things are set up right now, you are still giving your new employees the same evaluation process that says they can score anywhere from 0 to 4. But then turn around and tell them after their evaluation, our department is scored differently. We use the 2 method in this department. Nothing in writing from the city about what a 2 method is. Somebody please, I'm asking. It seems funny not to be able to believe what the city puts in writing and tells you is the truth when you know it's not. I was also curious as to why nobody's in the room. Aren't we vaccinated? We're safe. Why can't we come to work? I mean, if the evaluations are written one way, they should be performed one way, the way they're written, not otherwise, and then have the commissioners tell me, well, we're satisfied because they say they're not doing that and that all departments are the same. But 2 years ago, they changed the evaluation paperwork to state that it's performed citywide or department-wide. So it's an admission that they're all scored differently, but nobody explains how each department is scored. You're just left to believe your department head's opinion of you. He lets you know by pre-setting the score what his opinion of you is. And in my department, Mr. Wagner decided we were just effective, and that's all we could ever be is a 2. And that is not correct, fair, or what the paperwork the city provides us says it is. So the city's still lying to their new employees about how they're evaluated and will not answer the question on time. Have a good day. Needless to say, I'll be back again to ask the same question if somebody would please answer. Thank you.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I'm just here. Next month, I guess we're gonna have a new commission, and I'm just coming here ahead of time to ask that when you choose a mayor and vice mayor, that you actually choose who you think would be the best fit for mayor instead of just following tradition. When I ran for a city commission this past summer, that was one of the pledges I made, was that I was going to buck tradition. And here's the thing, if you created a task force to look at this issue, so I don't care if you go ahead and follow tradition, but this next November, I think we at least deserve a discussion about whether the tradition of choosing the mayor each year based on the election results. I think we need to talk about if that's the best way moving forward. Because even if we go ahead and do the districting and stuff, let's say that gets voted down, then we still have this problem. Because when Mayor Ananda brought it up, I think she mentioned how you don't have the stability because it's changing every year. So you guys should talk about that problem. Like, do we need stability? I think personally, I would elect either the Fink who we currently have. I think he's doing a good job. Or I'd probably go with Lisa Larson. I'd give her another shot because she has experience and she did a good job. So I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, if we're creating a task force and looking at redoing our whole government, I think you guys should at least discuss how you guys elect who's the mayor and who's vice mayor, because it's not I mean, you guys have the freedom to do it. It's just a tradition that some commissioners started doing decades ago. And I think it needs to be looked at. So, and I'll be back probably the next few weeks up until then talking about this. So thank you.
Is there anyone else on Zoom who has general public comments? That's all the comments, Mayor.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you, Sherry. That takes us to the regular agenda items. And regular agenda item 1 is to provide direction to staff concerning a proposed amendment to the adopted 2022 to 2026 CIP to include artificial turf on the soccer fields. And Derek, are you going to start this one?
Good evening, Mayor. Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. I will start this agenda item off tonight. Parks and Recreation was approached by Sporting Call Valley with a proposal to convert 2 of our grass soccer fields at YSC from natural grass to artificial turf. And over the past several months, we've been working together on how this proposal could be completed sooner than our 2026 CIP approved project that would start then. And could we add an additional project for 2022 through doing this and do a different phased approach to get to the same thing? Parks and Recreation is seeking City Commission direction whether to amend the adopted 2022 to 2026 capital improvement plan to install artificial turf on 2 YSC soccer fields, an anticipated cost of $1.5 million as a 2022 project. At tonight's meeting, Parks and Recreation, I believe Mammoth Construction may be online, and Marcus Dudley, the Executive Director of Sporting Call Valley, is on the Zoom. And at this point, I would like to pass the presentation over to Marcus Dudley to present the Sporting Call Valley proposal. Marcus.
I think I'm unmuted there. Great. Thanks, Derek. I appreciate that. I did prepare a couple slides in talking to Derek to kind of help articulate a little bit more about our organization as well as our proposal. I don't know what the process is for sharing that. Do I just hit share on the screen and begin, or is there a more formal process that I need to add to that?
You can go ahead and share your screen.
Great. All right. Can everybody see that okay? If I can. There we go. First of all, I wanted to introduce myself again. My name is Marcus Dudley, and I'm the Executive Director for Sporting Call Valley Soccer Association. I've had the pleasure of serving in this role now for a little over 11 years, which is hard to believe that it's been that long already. And I want to thank the Commission and the Parks and Rec Department for allowing us the opportunity to talk about what we think is a really exciting opportunity for both the City of Lawrence and obviously our membership. I'm not sure how much individuals know about our organization. I'm trying to change screens here. There we go. But Sporting Call Valley is a nonprofit organization, 501c3 that was founded in Lawrence, Kansas in 1982. Our core mission is to enrich lives and connect communities through the sport of soccer. And we're an official developmental academy of Sporting Kansas City, entering our 10th year of that arrangement and agreement with Sporting Kansas City. Some things that people may not know much about our organization is that we were the first organization in the city to provide soccer programming, and we're coming up on our 40th year of operations, which I think is pretty amazing. We have 2,200 active members, of which 1,500 of those families are from Lawrence, Kansas. We currently operate in 3 markets, Lawrence, Topeka, and Manhattan, and we service 40 different communities from around those 3 major markets. We also have 130 part-time, full-time, and contracted employees, and we depend greatly upon over 100 volunteers each season to help us provide and implement our programming. We provide a wide range of soccer-related services, both indoor and outdoor leagues. We have advanced coaching and training. We run about 30 to 35 camps and clinics each year. We run tournaments, one in Lawrence and one in Kansas City. And currently, we run 2 pre-professional soccer teams, one for the women and one for the men. The other item that I wanted to mention is that we've had a long-standing history of being out at Clinton Youth Sports Complex. That's now pushing 35 years. We were one of the initial founders. I'm not sure if that's well known, but before the city was involved, we were part of what was called YSI and was a partnership between Lawrence Youth Football, DeKalb Baseball, and back then we were called Cowboy Soccer Association. And our lease was with the Corps of Engineers directly and not through the city. During that first 15 years of operations, we'd invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into the complex, both building fields, irrigation, maintaining the grounds, building parking lots. And then in 2000, when DeKalb Baseball kind of folded and was taken over by the city, the Corps of Engineers decided to lease that, to make the lease with the city of Lawrence. And then we formed a relationship that has been repeated several times with Lawrence Parks and Rec to continue to maintain those fields. During the last 20 years, our estimates are that we've spent somewhere between $1.1 and $1.3 million to help maintain those 15 soccer fields. So I tell you that because, we do a lot with soccer. We're very involved out at Clinton Youth Sports Complex. We've been there a long time. We care about that facility. It's our home, and it's been our home for a long time. We've been in discussions about getting turf fields out there for many years. I don't think I need to go through this slide and tell you all the benefits of turf. I'm sure you've read enough of that after looking through, the 85 plus letters that came in today. But obviously the need for us for turf is great. And we think is very well needed and wanted by our membership and other members of the community. And we've known this for a couple years. So a couple years ago, when we started hearing a lot about the need and want for turf from our membership, we really looked at this from 3 perspectives and what were our options. One of our options was to partner directly with the city of Lawrence. The other option was to see if we could lease the land from the Corps directly. And the third option was to leave the complex altogether and to maybe build in another location, which there's been some conversations about that. And people even contacted me today after learning about this meeting. In our opinion, the most cost effective has always been to partner with Lawrence Parks and Rec and the city of Lawrence. We feel like, we've spent a lot of time and money already at that complex. We felt that it would create a new asset for the city and for the community as a whole, and that it would create the opportunity for both Parks and Rec and Sporting Kaw Valley to create new opportunities and programming, for each other. The other 2 options, quite frankly, create, I feel, not as an ideal situation where, it creates a problem of not having a primary tenant out at the complex. It would almost create a level of competitiveness because now both organizations are going to want to try to fill what space they have available. So now you're competing with each other to fill the space that you've now have or have invested in. And I don't think that it really sets up the community atmosphere that we're really looking to provide. So the other thing that I kind of wanted to share is in reading through some of the memos today, and yesterday, I get the sense that maybe there's this impression that this has been a pretty recent development. And so I kind of want to take a little time to talk about how long we've really been at this. Our conversations with Parks and Rec started back in October of 2019 when we talked to them about what would be possible for building 2 turf fields. We spent about 6 months going back and forth, and we realized that COVID was kind of just getting started at that time period. But the message that we got at that time was that this is not something that would be financially possible in terms of partnering with the city. So at that time, we asked for permission to evaluate whether or not we could build the fields out at pads 14 and 15. So we obtained permission from Lawrence Parks and Rec. We then followed that up by going to the Corps of Engineering and asking them for permission to gain soil samples and geological surveys, which we did and paid around $10,000 for. And then we took that information and went to a couple of different organizations and businesses to get bids to find out how much it would cost to build those pads ourselves. During that time period, we formed a relationship with Mammoth Sports Construction. We signed an LOI with that organization and brought that information back to Parks and Rec, I believe in somewhere around the first of the year of 2021. So we got a really good price from Mammoth Sports Construction. But we also talked to them about if we could bundle this up with some other projects at the city, what would that look like? You know, if we built more baseball fields, if we added football fields, if we did some things out of the complex, could we bundle this up and drive the price down? So we went through about 6 months of variety of different evaluations with Parks and Recreation. Mammoth Sports Construction came back with even a lower project bid for our portion of it. And then we were kind of told that that wasn't going to happen in terms of Parks and Rec's perspective, but we were still left there with this project of 2 fields, and Mammoth agreed to continue to allow that project to stand if we could get it done, you know, in the next several months. So the reason I tell you that is because, again, this is something that we've been working on for a very long time. We've been talking about a target date of moving dirt in November of 2021 for almost 18 months now. And so when we heard that the city and Parks and Rec wasn't going to be able to maybe partner with us, we went back to the board, or I went back to the board and talked to them about, is it possible that we could fund this project completely? So we knew that the project was 1.438 million. We put together a proposal for $1.6 million to completely fund the project with interest that would allow us to not only stay there and have our primary needs met, but also create the opportunity where there would be additional programming and rental space available for Lawrence Parks and Rec. So now they could generate revenue off of the complex, as well as open up other grass space in the area for other user groups around the community. This started back in August. I think it was pretty well received. We were then told that we needed to go to the Lawrence Parks and Rec Advisory Board, which we did. That was met, I think, with pretty glowing reviews, if you've already read. A unanimous 8-0 vote to move forward, and comments like, this is a no-brainer. What do you need from us? How can we get this started? So that was in early September. We were hoping to be on the agenda in late September with the Corps of Engineers. That was pushed to tonight. And our understanding leading into this meeting was that there was going to be a vote on a variety of these items to move forward, which is why we've provided documents. Contracts have been supplied by Mammoth Sports Construction. We had a legal document kind of formalizing our commitment to 1.6 million over 10 years. And so, you know, kind of here we are. I don't want to go through too many of these other slides. I think we've talked about I think everyone knows what the proposal is, but if not, I can go into some of those basic details. Here's the total project. I know you've seen this through multiple of Mammoth's presentations that they've presented. As you can see here, 1.436 million. With interest, we were told it'd be about 1.57 million. We've offered 1.6 million over 10 years. The nuts and bolts, I guess, of our proposal would be that we've committed to put $1.6 million towards this project. that the city would then own the asset, but we would continue to be the priority user group, which we already are at the complex for the soccer fields because of our long time investment in those fields. We would retain the sponsorship rights. We would have a guaranteed 2,200 hours on the turf and access to 4 grass fields instead of the other 11 grass fields that have been out there. Lawrence Parks and Rec would have the ability to rent and program all other available space. And then we would continue to provide and maintain all the soccer equipment, but Lawrence Parks and Rec would have the ability to use that or to rent that out and to would continue to maintain the facility. So we look at this as being extremely, beneficial to both organizations. We think that it would provide the community with access to the type of quality athletic fields that they deserve. We feel like it would create a new asset for the city that they could use to not only increase their own revenue streams, but also create new opportunities for other user groups in the community. We felt like having turf fields in our community would help our own members and members of our community from having to travel to Topeka and to Kansas City to routinely train on turf because they do not have access here in Lawrence. Fourth, we thought that that by acting now, we would not only save taxpayers $1.6 million, but we would also save them the additional cost of the ever-growing cost to build these facilities, which is constantly growing each and every month, quite frankly, and it's not getting any cheaper now that COVID's over. Fifth, consolidating space out of Clinton Lake would improve the current parking situation, which I think we all know has been kind of a fiasco over the last several years. And it would also open up more grass fields for renting to other user groups in the community who have not had access to those grass fields in the past. And finally, it would improve the facilities that would help us attract more people to our community. I can tell you in the last several years, we've lost teams that have participated in our league and our tournaments because we don't have turf and they can go to Kansas City and get it. And if we had it, I think it's something that would help us reattract those people back to our community, not only on a weekly basis, but on every weekend and when we have these tournaments. And so we think that this would also help us regain some of the economic benefit that we've had in the past. The last thing that I want to say is that I kind of mentioned this before, is we came into this meeting tonight with the understanding, and I know that I've shared an email with some of you, that we were going to be voting on this tonight. So I know internally, and I know I speak for members of the board who are also on this call, that we're a little frustrated tonight because we thought a lot more of this was going to be maybe packaged up, and maybe that's still possible. But in reading through some of the memo, and when we notice that it says that we're going to talk about some of the same issues that we've been talking for months about, it's very, very frustrating. We know that the Corps of Engineers knows about this project. They've known about it for 15 months since I went there and asked them for permission to do the soil samples and the geological survey and told them about it. I know that they have communicated with the city and told them that there should not be any issue and gave them assurances that their agreement would continue with the city of Lawrence and with Parks and Rec, even though that final agreement and lease has not been finalized. The reason Mammoth Sports Construction has all of their contracts in place for you to review is because they were asked to have those ready for you. If we weren't going to talk about them and not have the commission review them, why were they asked to be presented with this packet? It's the same thing for us. We were asked to provide a formal, kind of commitment about what our expectations were and what our financial commitment were. We had our attorney write this up on a very shortened time frame because I was told we needed that within a couple days to get it on the agenda. Well, that's an expense to us. And if it wasn't going to be considered today or voted on today, that would have been good to know so that we could have better prioritized and used our money in a more effective way. The last part that I want to mention is this is time sensitive. In talking with Mammoth, I know that the reason that we're getting the price that we're getting is not only because they took us at good faith that we may be expanding the size of this project, but was that they knew that if they completed this project between November and March, that it was in their downtime and they're local and they could get it done for, a 10% less than they normally could. Every month that we continue to wait and we push this back creates different problems. Either it interrupts our programming or it creates more costs. And, from our perspective, we feel like the commission has everything that they need in this packet. We've been super excited about the possibility of basically, committing $1.6 million over 10 years and creating and donating an asset to the city that we feel meets our needs and the needs of other people in the community. But what we'd really like, tonight, I think, is some discussion and potentially even a vote on whether or not we can start this project next month, as we've been under the impression would happen for several months. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Marcus. Can you please stop Chair Derek Rogers, Director of Parks Recreation?
Is that off?
Yes, thank you, Marcus.
Okay.
Again, Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'd just like to say, we continue to work on the project, and as at the request and as a partner with Sporting Kaw Valley, as we're seeking Commission's direction regarding the necessary next steps to make this happen. Each of the decision points and items, action items outlined in the memo are necessary by policy, regulation, law, and order to accommodate this project. A future consideration for the City Commission to consider, if we amend the current CIP to allow this project, is that the 2026 CIP item at $3.2 million for turf could be reduced by $1.5 million as a future consideration. This proposal would be debt funded through user fees of the artificial turf and financed through general obligation bonds. If the Commission is interested in advancing the proposal, here are the critical dependencies: the Corps of Engineers approval and start the project. Parks and Rec is reasonably assured that the Corps of Engineers will approve the project. Again, that's verbal and discussions with Corps of Engineers at Clinton Lake. Approval of the city Corps of Engineer lease agreement for a 10-year lease. Currently, the 20-year lease agreement is in progress with the Corps of Engineers. It's been in progress for a long time. Like most things, working with the Corps of Engineers is not a fast process. In some ways, similar to other government agencies, to include the city. Our current lease agreement with Corps of Engineers expires December 31st, 2021. We have an email agreement saying that our current lease conditions will be extended if we don't have a lease by the end of the year, which we did ask for a formal letter from the Corps of Engineers, and we're informed if they did a formal letter that the contract would be extended, that would take their time away from working on the current lease. We have an alternative purchase method or present a design build contract for the construction. We've been working with Mammoth. They have a Greenbush contract. And lastly, negotiate a user agreement with Sporting Kaw Valley, present to the City Commission for authorization. Those will be the steps that need to go forward. This time I'll turn it over for other comment or City Commission comments, questions.
Mayor Finkeldine, commissioners have questions of Derek or Marcus?
This is Commissioner Washington. I do have a couple questions. Derek, you had said that it would be debt funded and paid with user fees. So do those user fees go to Kaw Valley or to the city and they pay the debt fund, or how does that work?
The way it is presented, the city of Lawrence would contract with, if we use the Greenbush contract with Mammoth, and that would be our funds. The revenues generated, user fees from the artificial turf, would go to fund the debt. So the substantial portion of the Sporting Kaw Valley user fees, which would be the priority user of the field for 2,200 hours, would go to cover the debt.
22. Okay. So Commissioner Washington again, so the 2,200 hours, they would get priority for those 2,200 hours. Is there a block of those 2,200 hours? How does that work? Because I calculated out and it's about 11 hours a day, each day of the year. So what part of that 11 hours are they guaranteed versus us at 1,700 hours? Derek.
Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. I can let Marcus explain that a little better. I don't have a slide up that breaks down the hours between spring, summer, and fall. It is in the presentation of the slides on what hours and the timeframes. Marcus, do you want to speak to that real quick?
Sure, a couple things. One is, we haven't really priced it out per hour. We looked at it as if we're going to be funding the entire project over 10 years, more than funding the project. We blocked out 2,200 hours of time that would be the time that we would need to run our programming. And then away from that, and I think if you look on page 3 of my formal letter that was sent, I think it was started on page 65 of the agenda packet. On page 3 of that, it outlines what hours would be for Sporting Kaw Valley and what hours would be for Lawrence Parks and Rec. Generally speaking, I believe both parties have already agreed to those hours. I think my point would be, 1,700 hours or 1,500 hours at whatever the city charges would really be surplus for them that they could apply towards something else. The $160,000 or $160,000 a year would cover the entire debt payment of the turf field. It'd more than cover it, which was our intent by making that amount and that proposal.
Okay. Commissioner Arson, thank you very much, Marcus. Thank you. Commissioner Arson, I have one more question. As far as the ongoing maintenance, is the 1.5 million includes all the maintenance every year for those 10 years?
Eric Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. We would still be responsible for the maintenance on artificial turf. It is cheaper, the exact cost compared to natural grass, but Parks and Recreation would cover the maintenance of the facility. Mark could add, I think it's estimated, looking at other cities that do this, around $15,000 a year.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. That's all I have for right now.
This is Commissioner Bowley. Derek, we wouldn't be able to issue bonds to pay for this without getting the lease extension from the Corps, right?
Eric Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'll defer that question to legal. Or finance for further explanation on the legalities of having an open contract lease agreement.
City Attorney Tony Wheeler, we can, I'd have to verify that with our bond counsel. I don't have the answer to that question tonight unless Jeremy Wilmoth is on the line and knows the answer.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I'm in the same position. I don't believe that we have the ability to use long-term financing for longer than the lease that we have over control of the asset. But we'll look into that.
Commissioner Arson, I have another question, Mayor. That's okay. I want to go back to the maintenance just a little bit on $15,000 a year. Will there be a stipulation written in the contract as to what constitutes adequate maintenance by the parties, that they agree as to what maintenance means?
Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation, that can be stipulated in the contract. The basic maintenance, they have a machine, and I want to say it's about $5,000 to maintain the turf correctly, to get it out to a lifespan of about 10 years. It's probably going to take a lot more maintenance than just the minimum. I'm assuming, or talking to Mark, it's probably going to be about monthly to redistribute the black granular pieces of rubber and artificial turf, just to maximize the life span of that asset. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I would say, I think Nick Olson from Mammoth may be on the line. I think, our estimates have been more like 7,000 or 8,000, maybe 9,000 for both fields each year. I think the equipment comes with the contract. So I don't know if Nick is able to speak to the average maintenance fees, but that may be a better source of information.
All right.
Hi, Nick Olson here, CFO for Mammoth Sports Construction, as well as a Lawrence resident. So the numbers to maintain a soccer field adequately obviously vary a little bit depending on hourly rates of employees and things like that. But generally, for the project that we're putting in for the 2 turf fields, and that's somewhere in that $7,000 to $10,000 a year range is fair for maintenance. It is, generally less than maintaining a natural grass field. The project price of just over $1.4 million does include about $8,000 worth of maintenance equipment. There's 2 pieces of equipment that's provided there in that contract, as well as we do train whatever Parks and Rec staff or Sporting Cloud Valley staff or whoever will be maintaining the facility. That training is all provided by Mammoth to properly maintain the fields. And Mammoth can also be further contracted to do any sort of bigger annual maintenance items as well to help maybe possibly drive down that cost a little bit.
Commissioner Larson, thank you very much for that explanation.
Mayor Finkel, other questions before we open it to public comment?
Vice Mayor Shipley, if you guys can hear me, I wanted to just be sure I understood what Derek said, that this is only anticipated to last 10 years, even if we do the highest possible kind of maintenance on it.
Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. You might get some turf that could go out 12 years. The replacement of turf, estimated the cost at current dollars anywhere from $600,000 to $1 million 10 years from now. I think that would have to be something we'd put in a future CIP to replace the turf. Future CIP.
That's also something that SKV has, Marcus Dudley supporting Cobb Valley. That's something that we've also talked about putting into our initial agreement, is that we would be willing to, that would be half of what we're paying now in terms of commitment to the project. So obviously a lot of the expense goes into the first build, and it's a lot cheaper during the second build because you're just resurfacing it. But having already had a 20-year relationship with Lawrence Parks and Rec and the City of Lawrence, I think that's something that we would be pretty willing to commit to in terms of helping finance the resurfacing of those 2 fields.
Vice Mayor Shipley, this might be for a question for Tony, and I'm not off the top of my head or all day did I come up with anyone or any instance where the city had turned over the authority of an asset to an outside vendor or group. And it seemed like there was some very general rule about that as regards cities and their authority. Can you help me make sure that I'm understanding or not understanding that?
City Attorney Tony Wheeler. Well, we do have relationships with other entities and city facilities. For instance, at Rock Chalk Park, I believe there's a long-term lease with LMH for some health facilities, and Derek can probably speak to that. Although we do obviously have lease provisions that help us maintain some control. So we have had some relationships like that. I know that we have rented pools, lanes in our pools for aquatic programs as well, or for aquatic teams. But generally, the city does try to retain maximum control over our facilities because, there's a public interest in having access to our facilities as well.
Mayor Finkelstein, but we have a lease right now with Sporting Car Valley that gives them certain rights to the fields in exchange for payments as it exists, correct? So this wouldn't be any different than that lease. Might be more money involved and more time involved, but I assume it's a similar type lease arrangement.
City Attorney Tony Wheeler. Yes, I understand that we do have a lease with this group.
Mayor Finkel, obviously, I know there's some discussion about getting it done tonight versus getting it, having some contracts for approval. Derek, assuming at some point we give a go-ahead tonight, are you expecting this to come back like on the consent agenda, like we approve certain contracts, or what do you see the next steps as being? I know you laid out the steps. How do you see them procedurally coming back to us?
Rick Rogers, Director for Parks and Recreation. I think the Corps of Engineers is going to be a critical component of that, and we could speculate on when we might have a lease agreement, and that would still be an unknown. The agreement of terms, I think that would come back on a consent agenda, because that would be something that would have to be approved by a city commission. That we have 10-year lease agreement for $1.6 million. With tonight's proposal, in the package is the proposal by Sporting Kaw Valley and their recommendations on what should be in the agreement. So we didn't need to go back and continue the talk with the Sporting Kaw Valley on what should be in the agreement going forward.
Mayor Finkel, I guess obviously we have a lot of that laid out here. I mean, as you sit here today, do you expect the final agreements, assuming we give the go-ahead, to be basically consistent with that, or are you expecting changes?
Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. As the process continues, again, we had an agenda item and we thought we could get it to a commission for a vote, but we continue to run into stipulations and reviews that we want to get the process right. At each level review, we need to make sure that we're doing things correctly and following the correct process and complying with policy and regulations. So that is always a challenge. And so as we put together an agreement, the agreement needs to be reviewed by city staff to include finance, legal, our department, and the city manager's office. So at each stage of a review of an agreement, we always, with any agreement, we seem to have issues that come back to us for discussion points with other organizations.
This is Commissioner Boley. I was just going to ask how the bond issuance would fold into that time frame, because we didn't talk about issuing the bonds.
And Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'll let Jeremy answer that one.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. The critical element, Commissioner Boley, is a resolution authorizing the use of bonds for this project. The actual issuance of the cash wouldn't be nearly as concerning. We would most likely fold that into our normal March temporary note issuance.
This is Commissioner Bolligan, and it wouldn't be possible to do that resolution without the agreement with the Corps, is my understanding.
That's what we'll need to look into. It may be possible to do the resolution. What we're concerned about is the actual issuance of debt. But if that doesn't take place until March, that gives us time to shore up the lease with the Corps.
Mayor Finkel, other questions before we open it to public comment?
Yeah, Commissioner Arson, I have one more, and that is, did I read something in there about sponsorship rights, that Kaw Valley would retain those, or how does that work?
Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation, as part of their $160,000 per year lease for 2,200 hours at $65 an hour, they would have sponsorship rights within the fence line of the artificial turf at YSC.
So Commissioner Larson, again, so they would have the right to sell sponsorships along that field, that line. Would we have any ability to prove what the sponsor messages are, or who's sponsoring it? We have
Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. We would have we did discuss the review of who the sponsors are to make sure that they're in line with our values as a city.
Commissioner Larson, thank you very much.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and open up to public comment before we bring it back to the commission. I'll start with any person in the commission room who would like to make comment on this item. You'll have 3 minutes. You can come to the podium and Sherry can direct that if necessary.
There's no one in the commission room that would like to comment on this item.
Mayor Finkel, aye. That makes it easier. If you are present online and would like to speak publicly on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature and Sherry will call upon you. You'll have 3 minutes each.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I was just thinking about Rock Chalk Park, and weren't we told that it'd pay for itself, kind of, and that the courts would there'd always be a court open? And then I remember a meeting where where there was discussing about whether or not to do something where the courts would not always be in session, like open, because they needed more money. And part of the reason, I think, was that some other place opened up something similar to Rock Chalk, and so that there is more competition. So I'm just wondering, is there any planning, or do we know of any possibility of something similar opening up, where something that might offer competition to us and that they might not generate user fees over the next 10 years that would pay for all this? Because here's my issue, is that you look at it, and one of the things is we need our kids are at a disadvantage when playing against, I guess, Kansas City kids or something. But at the end of the day, like 1.5 million so our kids don't lose while playing a game. I mean, we've got people, we don't have enough funding for the homeless. So to be spending 1.5 million so our kids don't lose a game seems kind of a waste of money. But if we're not, like, if user fees pays for all this, I'm okay with this. But I just remember Rock Chalk, that we were told that it's going to pay for itself, and then other places started opening up similar stuff and they got competition, and then user fee, like, we weren't actually getting the money we thought we would. So if that's a possibility for this, then I'm against it. But I mean, if it works as they say it's going to, I'm for it. So just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Mark Veloz.
Yeah, I joined the meeting kind of late, so I might not have all the information, but I remember Vice Mayor Shipley said the city doesn't want to turn over a public asset to an outside/private group. What were they alluding to when she said that? Was it about the Sporting Kaw Valley? That was my only question. It was more of a question than a comment.
Kate White.
Hi, my name is Kate White. I'm on the board for Sporting Kaw Valley. I don't have anything formal written, but I think it's a win-win, our proposal. There's still going to be the asset of all the soccer fields for the city to use. And we can still rent those down the road as well if we need to for certain events. So I think it's an added asset, and I don't think there's any loss to this. And I understand that there's a process, and we are fully aware of that. We would just like to kind of get it so that we have the best savings for everyone involved. And the money is coming from our Sporting Kaw Valley, like, families. I mean, both of my kids play soccer, and it is hard when we have to travel all the time to Kansas City, Topeka, and it would be nice to be able to stay home. It would be nice to have people from Kansas City and Topeka come to our facilities. We do have players that come to Lawrence to play currently. And so I think just knowing that there are families coming into Lawrence all the time to use these fields. And we appreciate everything that there is currently with the grass, but it would be wonderful to have turf. And not only for the players that are playing on the turf, but I was talking to some referees the other day that were really excited because they're like, man, my knees on this hard surface, it would be great to have turf just from that physical aspect. So I appreciate the time and hope you will vote to approve this, as we've been working really hard on it for a long time. Thank you so much.
Jason Pryor.
Good evening. Oh, I lost myself on the screen. Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thanks for your time tonight. As I've listened to the comments from the commissioners, a question was raised in my mind, and that is, and I've worked a lot with other municipalities as well as the city of Lawrence, and in all of my experience, I've never come across a project where a private user group has voluntarily elected to entirely fund a public improvement project and received what I perceive to be resistance to the provision of this community asset. Now, certainly SKV stands to gain by that, but when we're entirely funding it and there is very little risk to the city, I just don't see where these questions lie. And what I would ask is that the commissioners, really engage in some leadership to provide the types of community assets that are beneficial to our community, that are being requested by your constituents in situations like this where it's fiscally responsible and provides such a great asset to the city. I've been involved with this project for a long time, dating back to discussions in December or January of last year and this year with the city manager, subsequent discussions with the assistant city manager, and to hear tonight that there are still questions being raised about this project is concerning. This has been on the table for a long time, and the fact that these questions have not been answered is very, very concerning. I would respectfully request that the commission really direct staff to get this thing done. It just makes sense. We've been waiting too long for this, and it's something that really needs to happen for our community. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Gene Ranke.
Thank you, Mayor Finkeldye and members of the Lawrence City Council. My name is Gene Rankin. I'm the Vice President for the SKV Board of Directors. I'm speaking to you today to encourage your support for the joint proposal to direct staff to immediately approve beginning the turf building projects at Clinton Lakeview Soccer Complex. I'm seeking for a rep for Sporting Call Valley. And as Marcus alluded, every year we ask our 1,500 Lawrence members and families to show how we can improve. The clearest answer year after year is turf fields. To address this demand, Marcus has worked with Derek Rogers and others in the city to develop the framework for this proposed amendment to the capital improvement plan to install the two soccer fields. Why is it a joint proposal? Well, first of all, this amendment is consistent with the Lawrence Park and Recreation Department's goals. The LPRD master plan indicated that, and I quote, LPRD is committed to developing its programs and services in innovative, cost-efficient, and effective ways to further enhance Lawrence's quality of life. So how is soccer related to quality of life for Lawrence citizens? Well, we've heard a lot of, you've got, 80 some odd letters from Lawrence residents and soccer players, but the master plan itself indicated that more than 4,000 residents of Lawrence were regular soccer players. Now, to achieve this success, how did the master plan lay out several goals? Well, goal 2 is to provide new or improved facilities and amenities, and specifically it articulated the need to develop an outdoor destination complex for tournaments in Lawrence, just as we're proposing to be made, and to include major enhancements to YSC, including additional soccer fields. Goal 4 also said it should improve the financial position of the LPRD, including pursuing new and ongoing opportunities and to pursuing partnerships. Does that sound familiar? We just heard from Marcus. That's exactly what we propose to do. So this joint proposal unambiguously advances those goals. So these fields will be an amendment to a broad range of stakeholders across the community, amendment city residents in several specific concrete ways. We've heard about player safety, player development. Others have spoken about this. Serving local business will draw people to Lawrence instead of sucking them out of Lawrence to Kansas City or elsewhere where they have turf fields. Likewise, it develops the community. In partner with Sporting Cal Valley, SKV, as Mark said, has been a long-term resident, 35 years at Clinton Lake, trusted nonprofit that serves 1,500 Lawrence families annually. And finally, we've heard some concern about this, the fiscal responsibility. I just note that the city of Eudora recently approved paying. The city is going to pay $250,000 for new grass fields for a soccer club there. SKV is paying for these turf fields by a lease agreement. The city of Lawrence owns the asset at minimal risk. And I point out this is how Shields, Wyandotte, and other local soccer complexes are run. The city of Lawrence would own the asset at minimal risk. Okay, so this joint proposal advances the goals while minimizing city expenditures. But as noted by Marcus in his written comments and his presentation, we need to act now. As Jason alluded, this has been going on for too long. So from my perspective, as parent of an SKV player, as a star Lawrence Adult Soccer League player, as vice president of the board of directors,
Time.
Support the motion. Thank you.
Josh Woods.
Good evening, all. Thank you for the opportunity. And I just wanted to use my 3 minutes to address the questions that the first 2 individuals proposed. First of all, to Chris, this is not a $1.6 million endeavor that comes from the city's budget to ensure that kids win soccer games. This is fully funded by the Sporting Cal Valley organization, and this is as others have commented tonight, this is a no-brainer proposal. We've heard it from the Lawrence Parks and Rec Advisory Board, who supported it overwhelmingly. Lawrence Parks and Rec understands that this is something that is a must for the city of Lawrence. To the second individual, Chris, or Mark, who asked if this is an asset that's going to be turned over, that is a city asset. It's absolutely not. The city's going to maintain control, but Sporting Cal Valley will have some assurances in their contract to be able to program accordingly to meet the needs of our club. And I apologize, I didn't announce that I'm part of Sporting Cal Valley Board of Directors, but I'm also a parent. And I think it's important to understand that I'm one of the parents that I've got 2 daughters who are in high school and middle school, and they've been a participant with Sporting Cal Valley for 7 years now. I've been on this board for 6 years. And we have, as others have stated, been trying to get this turf project put in place for quite some time, to the point of boiling point and frustration. I'm one of the case examples of a parent who has taken their children to Kansas City to be able to perform on an acceptable playing surface that the city of Lawrence has not provided to the youth soccer programs that we have here in the city. We have an unbelievably large amount of youth playing soccer in this community. And we are the only community in probably the eastern third of the state of Kansas that does not have youth sports turf access for soccer. And so you can look at Topeka. We're losing kids to Topeka. You can look at Kansas City. Parents are taking their kids to Kansas City. And I think it's time that Lawrence step up to the plate, approve this opportunity, and let's get this project moving forward so that we can, so that I can stop driving back and forth to Kansas City every night to take my kids to play on turf surfaces. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Adam Linhaus.
Hi, thanks. My name is Adam Lindhaus. I am also on the board of SKV. I wear many hats. I am a parent of children that play at SKV and also have children that we take to Kansas City to play. I am also in the adult soccer league, so I understand firsthand what the facilities are like to play at. We have not been rushing this project. We have been talking about this project for a very, very long time on the board. We have exhausted every option that we can think of. And this really does meet the needs for everybody, for the city and for our club. So I really, really wish you guys would consider this and get this done. It is going to be our down season over the winter, is why we're wanting to do this and get us going. I see firsthand how our kids are honestly falling behind. The Kansas City clubs practice outdoor almost year round. This isn't about us winning games or losing games. It's about our children being able to compete at the same level as the Kansas City and Topeka kids. By the time they're in high school looking for college scholarships, they're honestly at a lower level because we can't compete with the amount of time that they get in Kansas City. So I really wish you guys will consider this an option, and let's get this project going. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to provide comment on this item? That's all the comments, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission for questions, discussion.
Vice Mayor Shipley, can someone remind me, when we announce CIP items during the budget season, how long those CIP items stay out in the public for discussion before we vote on them? Isn't there a couple months or an amount of time that it's obliged to be out in the public?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. We do, I'm not sure, Vice Mayor Shipley, if you're referring to the call for CIP items that we do annually with our process, but we do that kind of at the beginning of every year. I'd have to go back and pull up the calendar to get the specific dates. But my recollection is in June is when we present, or this year is when we presented the capital improvement plan, vehicle and equipment replacement plan, and maintenance plan to the commission. And then we've kind of provided updates at various points throughout the budget process as that moved through and was adopted in September. So I can get you a more detailed calendar if that doesn't answer your question.
Mayor Finkel, Vice Mayor Shipley, did that answer your question?
Vice Mayor Shipley, it does. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Larson, so I did have just a couple more questions, and I just want to, first of all, thank Caw Valley and Mammoth Sports for bringing this to us. It definitely excites me to see, wanting to invest in Lawrence. I really do appreciate that. But also keep in mind that this is the first time we have had this project come before us. In fact, it was just 2 weeks ago that I saw it come up on the future agenda items. So I was very intrigued by it. And as I got into it and started reading about it, I thought this really sounds like a really asset for Lawrence. And I know how popular soccer is and the need to follow through with our master plan and our Parks and Recs master plan. I was actually the commission liaison on that when that whole project was done for the master plan. So I'm well aware of what those what's outlined in that and what's discussed in that. But I do, when I look at these, I just want to make sure that I fully understand what the liability of the city is. And I think it's only responsible government to make sure we understand that before we move forward on any project. And I would assume that our taxpayers would want us to make sure that we're comfortable with that. So that's why I'm asking these questions, is just to make sure I'm comfortable with what our liability level is, and to ensure we're not going to be held responsible, beyond what is reasonable, what we should be held responsible for. So one other question I do have, and I just want to go back to make sure I understand financially what responsibility we have for this. What happens if there's a default where Caw Valley cannot make those payments? What happens?
Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. In the letter to the city, I think it's September 21st, 22nd, if Sporting Caw Valley terminates the lease early or defaults, they would pay a 2-year penalty of $160,000 a year for a total of $320,000.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. So what happens to the rest of the bond amount or the payment amount? Say 2 years from now they default, so they pay $320. So what happens to the rest of the payment for that bond?
Derek Rogers, Director for Parks and Recreation. Jeremy can step in if I misspeak. The city would be liable to continue the bond payment, but I will let Jeremy speak to that.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director, that is correct. The city is on the hook for any debt that we issue, regardless of what the payment source is. To be fair, there's still an asset there. So we would still look for user fees to be the lion's share of the funding mechanism, but anything that cannot be recovered by user fees would have to be covered by property taxes.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. So when I heard earlier, I thought it was $80 an hour they're going to charge for the field, but I heard also $65 an hour. So which was it 65?
Eric Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. As a priority user, and we had looked at examples of Overland Park Shell Field and how they had did the arrangement. You have a normal city rate of $80 an hour that we would charge users that aren't a high time user, and a high time user of 2,200 hours. They would get a preferred rate of $65 an hour, and they'd have priority use of the fields.
So at $65 an hour and the 2,200 hours, that's about $143,000 a year. So that's close to covering the payment. That's just back of the napkin type inflation. So is that correct?
I'd have to get the calculator out. Mark Hecker, you've got the numbers probably in front of you.
Yeah, Mark Hecker, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. That would be correct. And then the additional to get up to the $160,000 was the sponsorships and possible rental of other grass fields. And that would all be included in the user agreement that we'd need to get together and compare notes to make sure we're all talking the same language.
Commissioner Larson, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Mayor Finkeldei, Marcus, would you like to add to the answer?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Marcus Dudley, Sporting Caw Valley. I just wanted to articulate too that I understand that Mark and Derek are putting numbers to this. That's not how we've looked at it. I mean, whatever number they charge is kind of the number that they charge. I can tell you that in Overland Park, because it's so subsidized through transient guest tax, they're paying $40 an hour. So the reason we went to $160 or $160,000 a year was to completely alleviate this. And we basically said, we will completely take care of all of the debt, plus interest, plus some other, so that it is no longer an issue. We weren't putting numbers to it because we didn't want this conversation to be an issue for us. So whatever the city wants to charge other people, so be it. We just, we already feel like because we're coming all in and we want this to get done, that's why we came up with that number. And because we've invested so much in that complex already. I mean, those 15 fields, if we're vacating them, that's basically handing over another asset for other people to use and rent that we will no longer be using. And so we felt like $160,000 and $1.6 million was more than fair to cover not only the debt service, but the interest and plus. So that's where that number came from. So I see other people trying to add numbers to this. That's just not how we're looking at it.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you, Marcus. Derek, is the current CIP has $3.2 million in it of work, which included fields in 2026 that obviously we might get rent for, but we were planning to put through our normal CIP process, correct?
Director for Parks Recreation. And as part of the 2026 CIP, the $3.2 million would also cover turf infields at YSC and artificial turf. Looking at even our master plan from 2017, It talks about additional grass fields and enhancing as a destination location for YSC. That included CLSC and the youth sports complex, everything in there, ball. And that dollar amount was, I believe, around $2.3 million. Looking at turf, the reality is that $3.2 million 2026 is probably a low number for what the way dollars are looking right now.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. Other questions, comments?
Vice Mayor Shipley, that kind of brings me to one of my questions, which was about, normally we would bid these things out and we have a specific bid process. So that's clearly not how this is designed. And maybe that would be fine, except that I did notice one of the things they were including was the parking lot, for example. And while Mammoth may be the expert in turf and local, during our normal bid process, that wouldn't guarantee them the bid. So can someone help me reconcile that with our usual behavior and our general policy?
City Attorney Tony Wheeler. Vice Mayor, you are correct. When the city undertakes public projects, we are required to go through a bidding process. We have adopted a charter ordinance number 45 that does allow us to do alternative delivery methods of projects, but there has to be a specific finding by the city commission that to do so is in the best interests of the city and the community. So that is one of the steps that has to occur in the future. We have to go through that process to have the commission make that finding. So that is correct. I believe that I'm not sure. I'm not privy to the plans about whether the contractor will also be doing the parking lot work, but maybe those would be split out. I just haven't been involved in discussions at that level yet. But yes, generally we do have to bid out projects unless the city commission wants to take an alternative delivery method, and then we have to follow the process under Charter Ordinance number 45 to do that.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. If I could just add, we do believe that there's a state of Kansas cooperatively bid contract that would apply to this project. And so we intend to use that piggybacking provision from that contract if we move forward with this project.
Mayor Finkel, other questions? I guess I'll go ahead and start. I guess I think that, certainly if you start big picture, question, do we need turf fields in the city? I do think it's an amenity that is important to Lawrence. I mean, I think, I've worked with a lot of school districts who have moved to turf fields, both soccer and football, over the last several years. And they typically do that through a lease arrangement, and they lease these fields for 10 years. Of course, Lawrence has done that, but also Baldwin, Shawnee Heights, and others. And my experience of working with those school districts are that they have found, increased use, decreased costs of maintenance, and, better, less injuries, I guess is a better way to say that, for their students. And so they've seen those as benefits. I certainly see the same benefits here, for our students. And certainly as part of our CIP, if this was a question of having on a CIP the supporting of putting in turf fields, it's something, when I looked at the CIP, it's something I support. Now we have a proposal to move that up by having a cost sharing arrangement with someone we've done business with for 35 years. Certainly one of our CIP indicators, CIP scoring matrices, is contributions from others, be it a grant or otherwise. And so I do think this helps us on that scoring matrix to have someone not only pay for most of it, but all of it. And so I feel pretty strongly that this is a good proposal moving forward. I understand those details to be worked out, in particular, the Corps of Engineers, who I have also worked with in some legal matters, and they are very slow and difficult sometimes to get answers from. But I do think they, they typically can accomplish what they say they're going to accomplish. It just sometimes takes a while to get the right things signed off upon. So I understand that's a process we have to go through, but I certainly support moving forward with this. Other comments? And Marcus?
Yes.
Marcus, typically we don't take comments, after we brought it back to the commission. And I've called on you, as best I can to answer, but as we're in the comment stage, if a commissioner has a specific question, they can ask you, but trying to move this along, and so we'll bring this to commission comments.
Yes, this is Commissioner Larson, and the one thing that is intriguing me about this is the idea of a public-private partnership, and that's something that we've done across several of our programs. I think about economic development, we have public-private partnerships. I think about the affordable housing, we've got public and private partnerships. And even this last weekend, we had a forum with the Arts Center, or the Arts, and we talked about the idea of having public partnerships and help some of that funding. So this is something that I think fits really well with our values, is to have the public work with the government in order to bring great assets to our community. And I really do, like I said, I appreciate Kaw Valley and Mammoth for making this offer and bringing it to us. I definitely support it. That's for sure. I just want to make sure that, all of our contracts are in order and that we are protected. The city is protected as much as they can be from any liability that could potentially occur. So this is great. Thank you for bringing it to us.
This is Commissioner Boley. I know there's significant interest in turf fields. I've heard that for some time. I support amending the CIP, even though the ink is barely dry on it. This is a project that merits it.
Vice Mayor Shipley, we've all talked about public-private partnerships for many years, and of course we encourage them. And Parks and Rec is probably more experienced in using them than any other department. And so I would just remind us all that we adopted a strategic plan, and some of its commitments are community engagement and equity and inclusion. And so while we've heard a great deal from this particular group, it's very generous in their fundraising, we haven't heard from really any other groups in the public. So that's a concern to me. I have an additional concern and I think this folds into what Commissioner Larson was saying, which, perhaps that just goes into that discussion of how the contract works out. I appreciate that if they default, that there's an additional fee, but you can't get blood from a turnip. So if a nonprofit organization folds after promising 10 years of money for an asset, then really there's not any recourse that I know of. We can tell them they owe us all day, but that won't necessarily make money appear. So as Commissioner Larson mentioned, that's a liability I would like more clarity on. I am also concerned that, there are things that lived on our CIP in Parks and Rec for over 10 years. Low Mod neighborhood begged for a splash park. And there was no amount of begging that caused it to go to the top of the list. So I just want us to think seriously about the equity that we've made a commitment to. And while I think this is incredibly attractive, and I hope someone can help me allay these concerns, I think they are legitimate concerns in light of our strategic plan.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that if this project weren't revenue neutral, in the agreements that we have in the long-term relationship that we've had with this organization, that, ultimately this frees us up to provide more of those projects that have historically languished on our CIP for a long time. And I certainly understand the Vice Mayor's reticence to engage in projects like this, because it is very much not speaking to that equity piece. But what are the kind of lateral consequences of that, in that we may have additional funding in the future in order to fund more of these projects. So I think that there is a little bit of give and take to that. I think that having a revenue neutral project in something that I think all of us can probably agree is not going away anytime soon, given the continued rise of popularity of soccer in the United States, rather than diminishing popularity of that sport. So for me, that puts me in a place where, Commissioner Larson and the mayor's comments resonate in light of also taking, Vice Mayor, your comments about equity and about our strategic plan, and really looking at what are the other benefits that come with that. When someone comes to us and says, we are funding this, where does that let us put more of our taxpayer dollars for the folks who aren't able to come to us with, more than $1 million saying, we want to do this, we want to see this happen. Great. Now we can do some of those things for those folks who can't walk to us with that giant bundle of cash.
Mayor Finkel, I guess I'd add to that, Vice Mayor Shipley. I think, one difference as we talk about our process is this is on the CIP. It is not as if it's not on the CIP. It was on the CIP that was presented and discussed and seen by the public. And it's not a new project that was not on the CIP that we're adding to it. And so, certainly it's a movement of the CIP from an out year moving forward, but we have done that historically in the past as projects come up, as there's reason to do that, both because there's a funding opportunity, but also maybe because of some other timing. Maybe it works to do a sidewalk project along with a street project. And so we move a sidewalk project up with the street project, or a water project with the street project. We bring those together when the timing is right. And so, I certainly understand your point, and I'm not, on one hand, but I do think it makes a difference to me that's on the CIP and it's only a movement of that CIP. And then to Commissioner Ananda's point, you're now freeing up dollars in the CIP to be used on other projects. And so, it actually frees dollars up on the CIP, not take dollars away from the CIP. So again, I think that is something I favor. So again, don't know if that sways you at all, but those are my thought processes on that point.
Vice Mayor Shipley. Yeah, actually it does. And I appreciate Commissioner Ananda and you, Mayor, for having actual dialogue and conversation that helps convince someone else to see where there's weakness to find strength. So I appreciate both of your comments. That was very helpful.
Commissioner, sorry. Go ahead, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah. Because that was one I did think about that, and Commissioner Ananda and the mayor brought that up regarding freeing up dollars to spend on other things, which I think is always a positive. But I might add that we did fund a splash park. In fact, in 2019, it was defunded, and it was funded. Then it was defunded, and then the commission at the time really pushed hard to get it funded, and that's the splash park, the first one in Lawrence. In fact, it's going into East Lawrence neighborhood. And so that's something that was a real equity issue for me at the time. of getting that installed. And plus, I think splash parks are great for neighborhoods. I think we do watch that really well. And that was one example, I think, of ensuring that the equity issue is at least talked about and addressed in some manner, even though, we're a long ways from being perfect on that.
Mayor Finkelstein, I would also add, I meant to say earlier that to reiterate the point, Commissioner Shipley, that Jeremy brought up, which is even if Carr Valley defaulted, we would still have the asset, and we would still have an asset that could be rented out and be used. And so the fear probably for me is not so much that Carr Valley would go away, but that for some reason people stop playing soccer or stop playing football. And I think those chances are much less likely that will happen. So I think it, even if, again, something weird happened to, Sporting Carr Valley, the ability to rent those fields out at a higher price than the grass fields, I think the demand would be there for the use. So I think the risk is minimal for that added amenity. Mayor Finkelstein, Derek, do you need, or Sherry, maybe it's either for you, this is to provide direction. Do you need other direction from us? What do you need from us?
Rogers Parks and Recreation, I'm to defer to Sherry on exactly what action to take from this.
Mayor, as typical, Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. There's really no motion on tonight. It sounds like there's going to be a series of steps that are going to come back for you all to take action on in the future.
Mayor Finkelstein, I guess I'd only add then that I would, obviously, to me personally, I think we want to move this as quickly as we can. And of course, we are dependent, I assume, on the call. And obviously, items can come back on the consent agenda. If anyone has an issue with those, we can pull them off the consent agenda. So that process will be what it is. But hopefully we can move this forward. And again, having that construction done for the spring would, everyone, I assume, would find that very helpful to get these up and running by the time the spring season started. So hopefully that is the goal. Mayor Finkel, any other comments? Marcus and all the board members of Sporting Carr Valley, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for all your work. Thank you for the work you're going to be doing in the future to finish this, but also thank you for the help you do with our kids and for our community. I've served on lots of nonprofit boards, and I know that it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of passion to make that happen. So appreciate all the work you guys do, and we look forward to extending that 35-year relationship with you and pushing this forward. So thank you all. Okay. We like to take a 10-minute break before we move on to the next item. Let's return at 8:11, and we'll take up item number 2. ready?
We are ready, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Finkeldine, returning from break. And we're now ready for regular agenda item number 2, which is to consider a text amendment to the subdivision regulations. I believe Mary Miller here is here to present this item.
Yes, thank you. Mary Miller, City County Planner, and I will share my screen.
Mayor, quickly, do we need to take a roll?
Yes.
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you, Commissioner Nanda. Good point. I forgot about that. Vice Mayor Shipley,
Here.
Commissioner Nanda,
Here.
Commissioner Lawson,
Here.
Commissioner Bully,
Here.
Mayor Finkeldine, here. Thank you for that reminder. We are all here and we are all anxiously awaiting Ms. Miller's report. Go ahead, Mary.
Thank you. Mary Miller, Planner. This is a text amendment, as you noted, to revise the land divisions that are possible in the City of Lawrence's urban growth area. This was before you about a month ago for consideration. Just a little background, it was initiated by the County Commission. It was considered by the Planning Commission in June, and they forwarded it to the City Commission and the County Commission with a recommendation for approval. It was presented to the County Commission on August 11th of this year, just to provide the information and ask direction. It was also presented to the City Commission on August 17th of this year, again for discussion and direction. The amendment was returned to the County Commission on September 29th for action, and the Commission voted unanimously to approve the revisions to the subdivision regulations, which are noted as option 1 in the staff report for both Tier 2 and Tier 3. And the amendment is before
Mayor
the Commission.
Finkeldine, Porter, can you mute you? I think we're getting some feedback there. Thank you. Sorry, Mary, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. And the amendment is before the Commission tonight, along with the joint resolution ordinance with recommendation for action. And this text amendment is being processed in an attempt to bring the rural land divisions more closely into conformance with the recommendations in Plan 2040. Plan 2040 recommends that we minimize the conversion of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses and that we protect the rural character of the rural area. The subdivision regulations as written, they were written under the former comprehensive plan, Horizon 2020, which recommended that in the rural area, any residential development should be directed to the urban growth area. This is a graphic showing the City of Lawrence urban growth area. Everything in blue is within the city limits. That's not the subject of this amendment. We're looking at the green area, which is Tier 2, and that's the area that's expected to annex first, based primarily on the location of utilities. And then the tan area, which is Tier 3, which would be expected to annex later, perhaps not in the lifespan of Plan 2040. You saw some of this earlier. I'll just go over it fairly quickly. The zoning and code staff worked with the county GIS analyst to determine just where was the county in terms of land divisions. And currently about 70% of the county is made up of parcels that are over 40 acres in size. So this is a good time to start working at limiting the conversion of agricultural land. It's while we still have a good inventory stock of larger parcels. This graphic shows the number of residential development parcels that have been created since 2006. That's when the subdivision regulations were revised to allow certificates of survey. And just as a brief background, there's 2 types. The one that's allowed in the urban growth area is called a cluster development. And it allows a maximum density of 4 parcels per 20 acres, a minimum size of 3 acres each. And it also requires a minimum area of 40% of the certificate of survey has to be put into a future development area that cannot be developed until it is annexed. And so that goal is to keep some land undeveloped. So it's annexed, it's possible to do future urban development. Outside the urban growth area is a much simpler type of certificate of survey called the rural certificate of survey. That has a maximum density of 2 dwelling units or 2 residential development parcels per 20 acres. And it's just 10 acres. That's the minimum size of a parcel that you can divide to. So these surveys are just very simple, straightforward surveys. This shows that there was a spike in the number of residential development parcels in 2016 and 2018. And there's just a lot of development pressure on the county. You'll see there's a downward trend then. In 2020, the zoning regulations were revised to require rezonings prior to land division. So to divide land in the urban growth area, it's first necessary to rezone to the CP or cluster preservation district. Now, if you get your rezoning, then you can go through the cluster certificate of survey. And with these rezonings, the zoning regulations also added a new review criteria that means the agricultural productivity or potential of a property is to be considered when looking at a rezoning request. And one of the concerns with the number of cluster certificates of survey within the urban growth area was that it might be difficult for these residentially developed areas to subdivide and redevelop to urban densities after they're annexed. Unfortunately, we have not had any cluster developments annexed since 2006, so we don't actually have an example. But some of the concerns were that it may not be possible to extend utilities the way they were being designed. And so one of the proposed options, it's option 2 on the screen, is to add additional standards for the build-out plans. These are currently required. They show the property being divided into city blocks. It shows the layout of future city streets, and it has the easements along the perimeter of the blocks. And so some of the changes, it was mentioned in the staff report, some of the changes that were being proposed was to show the division down to the lot area. So we could see how the lots would be laid out. And the purpose of that is that in the city, around the perimeter of the block, those easements are usually for electricity and other types of utilities. But our sanitary sewer goes along the rear lot lines. And so if the lots aren't arranged so their lot lines are even, it would be pretty difficult to extend sanitary sewer lines. So one of the changes that was recommended for the build-out plans was to show the lots. So we could have regular lot lines. There'd be a center lot line down the middle of the block, and a 15-foot wide area could be left out of the building envelope or put into an easement, and that would ensure that sanitary sewer lines could be extended to the area. And the other improvement would be that the city engineers would be included in the review of these build-out plans, so they could see that the layout would be conducive whenever utilities are available in that area. And so that was option 2. Option 1 for tier 2 was to prohibit any new land divisions through the subdivision regulations until the property is annexed. And there's a caveat to this. There would still be able to be land divisions, those things that are exempt from the subregs, such as agricultural land divisions, divisions for right-of-way, cemeteries. And we have an agricultural subdivision boundary survey exemption, and you can divide land down to 20 acres as an exemption to the subdivision regulations, and then each 20-acre parcel is buildable. These would still be allowed. And also any property that's currently zoned CP, it would be able to be divided. Either the certificate of survey could be amended or it could be platted. Whatever rights they have with their rezoning, it would not affect that. They could still divide as is allowed in the CP district. There would just be no new rezonings to the CP district. So one side effect of this amendment, if it moves forward, is we would need to revise the zoning regulations to note that there are no new rezonings permitted to that CP district. And I would point out we do have one active rezoning application. Staff has been working with the property owner for almost a year with their plans. And so that one rezoning we would recommend be allowed to continue, but that we would possibly put a moratorium on any new rezoning requests. And the tier 3, and that's the area that's not expected to annex possibly within the lifespan of the comprehensive plan. It has that option 2 about revising the build-out plans. In option 1, it recommends not having cluster certificates of survey in this area, but to allow the divisions to occur the same way they do throughout the rest of the unincorporated portion of the county. And that is with that simple rural certificate of survey where you divide a 20-acre parcel or a 30-acre parcel, but the minimum parcel size you can have is 10 acres, and your maximum density is 2 residential development parcels per 20 acres. And as I mentioned, the Planning Commission had a public hearing on this on June 21st, and they voted unanimously to forward the amendment to the county commission and the city commission with a recommendation of option 1, and that being the reduced land division options in both tier 2 and tier 3. And as I mentioned, if this is approved, we would need to begin work on revising the zoning regulations so that we would not have additional zonings to the CP district. And that concludes my presentation, but I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any for me.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you, Mary. Questions for Mary on this?
Commissioner Larson, Mary, could you go back to the slides that showed options 1 and 2, please? Thank you. So can you give me an idea as far as option 2 on both of the tier 2 and 3, where it lays out the idea of having revising the build out plans to ensure the city services can be extended? Can you give me an idea as to, did the staff recommend this option and the planning commission said they wanted option 1, or how did that work?
No, I believe in the staff report, Mary Miller Planner, in the staff report, we reviewed both options, and the option to revise the build out plans and add those features, could work to ensure that utilities would be extended efficiently. But there's still some concern that, if you look at the kind of residential development that occurs out in the urban growth area, they're usually these estate homes. And so when you have these developments with the estate homes, it may be difficult once they get annexed to actually put in more dense urban development right next to them. And certain portions of the urban growth area don't have long-range plans adopted yet. So in areas where we have long-range plans, it's easy to say, well, this would not be appropriate because it's designated for future commercial or future office. But large areas of the urban growth area don't have long-range plans. And so residential development would just be placed everywhere. And then our long-range plans, it may be difficult to designate areas for residential or commercial office or commercial. Okay. So we did not recommend the revised build out plan option. It is an option, but we thought that perhaps just restricting the land divisions might work better.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. So did we look at the idea of if we had these smaller parcels or allowed these smaller parcels in the tier 2 and tier 3, that we could put regulations in place or ordinances or code or whatever that would require that when it came time to annex them, that it would have to be divided in such that it meets our density needs as well as the tax base that is needed in order to provide utility services to these locations, to where they would have to divide it like maybe as RS7, the property had to be divided so that all of the lots are RS7. Did we look at anything like that?
Mary Miller Planner, I don't know that we could require a person to divide their land. When they come in and they're annexed, the first step they have to do is rezone to an appropriate district. So they could rezone to the RS7 district, but there's nothing saying you cannot have a larger lot than is allowed in the RS7 district. That can happen in any district. So I'm not sure that we could require these property owners that have their developed parcel to divide it. That'd be something we probably have to ask the county councilor if that's possible.
So did we explore that at all? I mean, the idea of having ordinances that would require us to be able to divide it to the density that we need in order for that tax base to be met?
No, we did not explore, Mary Miller Planner, we did not explore that option. When land is annexed, it's usually done voluntarily. And, we have annexation agreements. Those are required. And our annexation agreements say they'll connect to the city sewer and they will annex whenever they're within a certain distance from a sewer line. But we don't specifically state that their properties have to be reduced to a certain size.
You can take that screen off now. Sorry, Mary.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Shipley, maybe I misunderstand, but to a certain extent, I understood the purpose of area plans would encompass the kind of thing that Commissioner Larson is wondering about. Am I misunderstanding area plans?
Well, an area plan, Mary Miller planner, an area plan would show where urban type of development, what we're looking for. So we may look at low density residential development. And usually where we see low density residential development is where we would recommend cluster certificates of survey, because there are 3 acres per house. And what we consider low density is 10,000 square feet or up to 1 acre per house. So it's easy to see that it could convert over to low density. We would not recommend it where we see medium density or high density, apartments. So where we have long range plans, we're able to not approve certificates of survey or the rezoning, because the rezoning just wouldn't match what use is being recommended in the long range plan. So that's what the purpose of the long range plan is. We can see what there should go into, but we have large lots in the city that we don't require the people to divide their property. I don't know if that's a possibility.
Mayor Finkelstein, Commissioner Lawson, are you asking, there's nothing requires us to annex something. And so if someone wants to annex a very large lot, we wouldn't have to annex them unless they will, if they want us to annex some small lots, we could say yes to that. So I think, is your question, I'm not sure we could force them to do that, but we could always say no to the annexation request if it wasn't something we felt that we could provide services for at a reasonable amount. Is that what you're asking?
Well, I think that's a good point, Mayor, that definitely we can always say no to an annexation. I think my understanding of the goal here is to meet Plan 2040, to meet the sustainability as well as the how Plan 40 is laid out, which is really important, and that the idea of when we annex property in, that the desire is to have it as dense as possible. So that way we can ensure that we have a tax base that is there, that it can pay for the utilities, that can pay for the infrastructure that is needed in order to provide those services to those homes. And so when you have smaller lots, your tax base is bigger. And when you have the larger lots, and we've seen this out in neighborhoods out in a couple of them out in western part of Lawrence, where we annexed them in. These were large lots, and they had significant sewer issues that we had to go in and fix and repair and bring in sewer. I don't know if anybody had a chance to look at the county meeting back in February 10th. Chad Voigt did a great presentation about how when we bring these smaller parcels in that have, just one house and they're large lots, that it really is difficult to have the tax base there to pay for the infrastructure that's needed. And of course, it doesn't fall in line with Plan 2040 of our need to have high density as well as our sustainability goals. So that's what I'm trying to understand better is if we're going to totally do a moratorium on development outside our tier 1, until we can annex that property in or annex that area in. My concern is that these larger 3-5 acre lots, it kind of doesn't give the opportunity to those who have those size of lots to or want to develop those size of lots to do that if we put a moratorium on it. So I'm just wondering if there's any way if we could have those size lots, but somehow require that in order for them to be annexed into the city, that they would have to come in at a high density rate instead of just doing a full moratorium at this time. Commissioner Larson, I guess I'm just concerned that a full moratorium, that seems it's drastic. But I also know that doing that, it would definitely meet our sustainability goals of making sure that what we bring into the city comes in at a high density rate, and it definitely meets those goals. I think somebody can tell me differently.
Mayor Finkelstein, I guess I see the goal of this the opposite of what you're saying, which is, the issue is for example, if you go south on 59 Highway, you have a bunch of 3-acre lots. Well, people have lived there and they've lived there for a long time. It doesn't make sense to annex them, right? Because they don't pay for themselves. Getting services out there would be difficult. On the flip side, it doesn't make sense to buy, 9 acres of land, including three $300,000 houses, tear down the houses and then try to build, 15 houses on those 9 lots. So I think the goal here is to areas in tier 2, like west of town, to preserve that 9 acres with no houses on it, so that when someone wants to build on it, they want to build on it to those density levels and annex. And it is so it's to save those lots from being built on. So I think the thought you were articulating, if I understood it, was, we'll let them build those houses, but we just want to bring them in until they divide it smaller. I think the idea of this is to leave that land undeveloped until they're ready to come in, and in fact, encourage them to come in. I mean, encourage those folks to want to come in and start building instead of dividing it into 3 houses. Come ask us and let's get 15 houses on there. So I think that is the encouragement of the moratorium. So I guess I see that the goal of this being opposite of what you're saying, but maybe a misunderstanding.
No, I can see your point of view on that. I can understand that. I'm just concerned that we're basically putting an entire moratorium that they can't do anything with that property until the city is ready to annex it. Is that what I'm understanding correctly?
And I'll defer to Mary to make sure, but yes, I think so.
Mary Miller, planner. It's a moratorium on land divisions that are not exempt. So they can go down to the 20 acres, with the ag sub, or they can do their other divisions. They can build on their property. If they have a property that's already been divided, they can get a building permit and build on it. But I think just imagining the scenario, if you had the larger parcels and you said, we won't annex you unless you agree to divide, as long as they agree to that. Otherwise, we're going to have obstacles to annexation, because we may have areas that have these large houses, but we'd really like to annex what's on the other side of them. And then we could have islands, within the city, which we have some of those now.
We do, yeah. Yeah, Commissioner, I agree with what we do right now. That's some of the issues, yeah.
Mayor Finkelstein, other questions before we open it to public comment? Seeing none, this is a public hearing item. Sure, if anyone is present, and want to speak on this item, they'd have 3 minutes.
If someone's speaking there, we can't hear them.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Bobby Flory from the Lawrence Home Builders Association. As you all know, the Lawrence housing market is severely constrained by an inadequate inventory of buildable lots. We know the demand for housing is strong, particularly for affordable housing and workforce housing. The text amendment before you tonight further constrains opportunities for housing and even goes against your adopted comprehensive plan. Commissioner Larson asked last time we talked about this item why staff was recommending a text amendment that would eliminate clustering when it's called for in Plan 2040. The response was given there was a difference between the general term cluster and the term cluster development certificate for survey. This is just semantics. The intent of these two terms is the same, to yield better organized growth. Without the cluster development certificate of survey, there won't be clustering because there will only be 20-acre lots, or possibly, if they can be divided down into 10-acre lots. That's not good planning. That's not preserving our agricultural land when instead of clustering, we have blocks of 10-acre at the smallest lots. This eliminates creative land development throughout with thoughtful build-out planning. Options for housing in areas 2 and 3 that are appropriate are eliminated. What then is your plan to accommodate future housing needs? You should be proactively making plans to annex land in Tier 2 now. Collaborate to plan and facilitate the development we need for housing. Encourage annexations by removing some of the risks involved now. Remove regulatory barriers to housing now, not wait a year from now when we have a new written development code. We had an opportunity to do that recently, and the City Commission passed on that to reduce some of the regulatory barriers. And also, lastly, to encourage accommodation of future housing needs, the City Commission should make an effort to establish private-public partnerships that dedicate resources to the expansion of water and sewer. Commissioner Boley made an excellent point earlier as well at our last meeting that we talked about this. He said that you all work hard to provide services to the city, and that you must be very careful to make sure future development is fiscally responsible. I 100% agree with Commissioner Boley. We cannot afford to grow in all directions. We provided 5 different scenarios of directions of growth, and we were hoping to come out of that with a direction from the City Commission, some sort of sign of telling us where you want the growth to go, and that didn't happen. That is a reactionary position, and I think the City Commission needs to be more action-oriented and take the leadership on this. Being proactive is calling for planning that results in outcomes you want. I would encourage you to deny this text amendment tonight. Thank you.
Chris Flowers? Sorry, Mayor, that's all I'd hear, so I'm moving on.
Thank you, Sherry. You got this under control. Go for it.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I just want to bring up, we're talking about dense housing, which I can understand, and I'm okay with talking about increase in population density. But when we talk about this, one thing I've never heard the city even mention is population control. I think we need to be making some kind of proclamation recommending that people don't have more than 2 kids. Captain Planet did an episode on that like back in the 90s. So, I mean, that idea has been around for a while. And here's why we need it is because, I mean, we're talking about population density. We know there's more and more people. If there were less people, this wouldn't be as big of a problem. So I'm okay, we're doing this population density and stuff, but when are we going to tell people to start having less kids? I mean, why isn't the government doing anything like that? I mean, because we're talking about giving up plastic straws, which I'm okay with. I mean, we're just giving up a lot to make up for all this trash we have, and we wouldn't have nearly so much trash if there's less people. I mean, we wouldn't need all this population density in these big. And here's another idea I was just thinking of. If people had smaller families, there wouldn't be a need for as many big houses. There'd be more, more tiny homes, more small homes. And so that would kind of work for population density, and that you could fit more houses, because they wouldn't be as big. And the other thing I was just thinking about is about generational wealth, that we're going to be losing houses, it sounds like, in favor of more apartment buildings, but that means less opportunities for people to own houses to pass on to their kids. So I just think if there was less population there, we'd be a lot better off. So I'm okay with you do what you have to do. I just wish when you talk about this stuff that we could at least get a conversation about issuing a statement saying that, having more than 2 kids it's not helping anyone. Thank you.
Danielle Davey.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Danielle Davey, Governmental Affairs Director for the Lawrence Board of Realtors. Let me start by saying that I understand the rationale behind this text amendment, and I appreciate the need to plan for future urban development, particularly in Tier 2. But Lawrence needs housing development. We need proactive, organized, sustainable, affordable housing development, and we need it now. When you first looked at this text amendment about a month ago, the mayor commented and Commissioner Larson agreed that if the commission was going to adopt the restrictions that are recommended by staff, the city needed to be ready to annex. But I'm going to take that a step further and say that expressing an openness or a willingness to annex is not enough. We need leadership and direction from you as our elected officials regarding where you want to see development. And then we need the city to be proactive in working with landowners and both the for-profit and nonprofit housing developers to meet the housing needs of the community. If you're not willing to commit to that tonight, then I urge you to consider the less restrictive option presented by staff. That option still meets the objective for planning for urban growth through build-out plans and does not unnecessarily restrict property rights or impair the housing development that we do have. Thank you.
That's all the public comment, Mayor.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. Bring it back to the commission for questions and comments. Mary, am I correct? The next step after, assuming it passes tonight, you would go to the county commission for their final approval? I mean, they've talked about it like we talked about it, but they haven't actually approved it, have they?
Mary Miller Planner, no, they have approved option 1, so they voted to approve it. So if you voted differently, I'd have to ask the planning director what this next step would be.
Okay. So they've actually voted for it. Okay, thank you. I didn't see that in you. I just wanted to make sure I was on the right page. Okay. Mayor Finkelstein, other questions, comments?
This is Commissioner Larson. I would wonder if anybody in the commission would be open to the idea of obviously moving forward with a moratorium, which I understand that, but also the possibility of taking a few months to look at the idea of coming up with a plan that doesn't just totally shut out any sort of development in these tier 2 and tier 3, and look at a creative way to allow to ensure that we get the density we need when we do annex. But at the same time, just it's not a nothing or everything. And it just seems to me like the option 2 is that we just don't do anything in tier 2 and tier 3 until it's ready to be annexed. And in tier 2, as we know, that's the expectation through Plan 2040, but tier 3 is beyond Plan 2040. So I don't know if there'd be any interest in the commission to move forward with the moratorium, but at the same time, continue to look at the idea of coming up with a creative plan on how we can have these smaller developments, but still meet all of our sustainability and density needs.
This is Commissioner Boley. I'm really not interested in that, Commissioner Larson. We've got Plan 2040. We have the recommendation from staff. We have the passage from the Planning Commission and the passage from the County Commission. I think that we can be open to changes as the plan progresses, but I think it's important for us to support this and support the County Commission in what they've done.
I think I have other questions or comments? I guess I can add in a couple, as Danielle Davey said, I see this, I look at it a couple ways. One, these are parcels in the county at the moment, and in the county commission, we obviously have joint subdivision regulations by agreement. We wouldn't have to, right? A county could do what a county wanted to do, except that we've agreed to each consider these. And so the county commission has said, this is what, we want to do in the county. But I think that ties to us, and the reason we have these joint subdivision regulations is, as we've talked about, is we want to implement, Plan 2040, and we want this density, and we need this density. And I think both Bobby and Danielle and others have made the point we all know, which is we need more housing, and we need more dense housing. We don't need necessarily more 20-acre lots of houses. And so, I do think we need to move forward and be aggressive with this idea of how do we get more land developed. We've talked about that before, and certainly, we're committed to that. I'm of the belief we need landowners to come with us on that, we have a couple options before us. If one, at the moment, we have none of the landowners in any of those options coming forward saying they want us to annex them, they want them to move forward. We have owners who are not doing that. And so my challenge is to the development community is bring us an owner who wants to develop, and let's talk about annexation and how we can move that forward. If we pick a direction and say we want to go this way and we want to invest money, and the owner of the land says, I'm not going to sell that till I die 10 or 15 years from now, what good does that do us? To pick a direction when an owner of the land is not willing to move with us. So my challenge back to the development community is bring us some owners who are willing to partner with us to have these developments. So anyway, that's a little off the topic, but the topic is, we want this dense land, we want to annex, and this is really a challenge to us and to those homeowners, to those landowners, to move forward with the annexation. I think that's the goal we want to accomplish, and I support that goal. And so I think this moves us towards Plan 2040. And Commissioner Lawson, I hear your point. I mean, there could be situations that come before us or particular situations that we might need to consider. And certainly I hope staff and others are willing to listen to that. But we've made some iterations here, and I think this is the next logical step forward to preserve that land that will allow us to have denser development. And so I really see this as a pro-growth sort of amendment. Others might disagree with me. They might see it as a way to stop growth, but I see it as a pro-growth development process to encourage that annexation and put that pressure on us and the landowners. So I'm in favor of it. Other comments or questions or motion?
This is Commissioner Nanda. It almost feels unfair to be part of the vote on this because I think that the repercussions will be minimally impacting me, but for being a resident of the city. And I think that it's really important because you all, at least two of you, I guess, with an election season upon us, I'm not gonna make any assumptions. We'll be sitting with this for a long time, but I do take Danny's point and I do take the mayor's point of, we do have to be proactive on this, but it's not incumbent on the city alone to be proactive on this. How do we get, those folks who say, reach out to connect us to those folks as well. And I think that's a really important part of this conversation, particularly because this is an opportunity to work with the county rather than having anyone working unilaterally on this issue that is, something that we've all come together and agreed upon. We have to grasp those agreements tightly and move forward together with those.
Commissioner Larson, Mayor, I really do appreciate your comments on that because I think it holds a lot of truth. One of my concerns is it just seems like option one, it just seems like an all or nothing. We're just going to it seems like we're going to just stop. The idea of being able to, have landowners in that tier 2 or tier 3 do anything with their properties until we annex them in. I take to heart what is said about proactive planning for annexation, because that's something I'm really concerned about. Seems like we're at a stalemate. We've got the home builders, then we got the city, and both parties are pointing fingers at each other, saying we need to annex. And I agree that I think that we do need to do it in a very smart way, to where we can do it on the city's term, that we meet Plan 24, that we have the density we need to have, so that we can pay for the fire services that have to come out, that we can pay for the police services, that we can pay for the utilities to come out. We've got to have density to do that. And that's because that brings in those tax dollars that can provide that funding to do that. But I do think I think it's a very serious situation that we can't seem to move forward. We're not moving forward with hard plans on annexation.
Mayor Finkelstein, any other comments, motions?
This is Commissioner Ananda. In the interest of moving this forward, I will go ahead and make the motion. I move that we approve the text amendment TA 21-00107, revising the subdivision regulations for Lawrence and the unincorporated areas of Douglas County, Kansas, and adopt on first reading joint ordinance number 9780. Do I need the resolution number in there? I can look it up. Hang on. Anybody have that number?
Mary Miller, planner. We don't have a resolution number. The county commission always assigns that later, so it's just blank.
Joint ordinance number 9870 and resolution.
That's Commissioner Bowley, second.
Mayor Finkelstein, there's a motion by Commissioner Nanda, a second by Commissioner Bowley. Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
I'm going to vote aye on this, but I do want to make the statement that I'm voting aye because it does meet our Plan 40 goals and our core requirements. But I'm just very concerned as that it's such an extreme way to do this. And I want to meet Plan 24 goals, but I think that we need to do it in a more proactive way and look at annexation.
Mayor Finkelstein, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you, and I look forward to continue to move on this process, and as we all are, and getting some more housing. That takes us to agenda item number 3. Thank you, Mary, by the way, as well. Agenda item number 3 is to consider authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for fire provision in the Grant Township. And Chief Coffey, you kicking us off on this?
Yes, sir. I'll be doing that. Sean Coffey, Fire Chief, and I have Tom Fagan, Division Chief Administration here as well. So tonight we're just going to talk a little bit about the fire protection in Grant Township and the renewing of that agreement we have to provide fire suppression in that township location. Just as a reminder, Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical provides response for all fire, rescue, hazmat, and EMS incidents in Grant Township. As a part of our agreement, we provide fire suppression throughout the city of Lawrence, but not in the surrounding townships, with the exception of Grant Township. We do provide fire response capabilities there. Grant Township receives the same resource deployment that the city of Lawrence receives. So a structure fire out in Grant Township would receive the same amount of resources a structure fire in the city of Lawrence would receive. In 2020, we responded to 53 calls that were non-EMS or non-corner scene investigator related calls. Of those 53 calls, 15 were actually fires. None of them, fortunately, were structure fires. All 15 involved crop fires, grass fires, vehicle fires, large truck fires, those type of incidents. And then the other 38 were good intent calls where somebody responded, thought they saw something on fire, and there was no fire, gasoline spills, alarm system activations, smoke detector activations, authorized burnings, lift assists, and then any other non-EMS incident that we might have gone on. Currently, the agreement we have in place sunsets the end of this year. It was signed initially in 2016. We've been providing service to Grant Township since 1979, long before even I got on the fire department. The funding agreement in 2005 was for $35,000, and the funding agreement for 2021 is $155,000. We're recommending that to be moved to $160,000. That's a 357% increase since 2005. Next. So the current agreement that we have was designed when we had our model for EMS where we paid 74.36% of the fire cost and the county paid the 24% related to that. And so what we did when we proportioned that out, we looked at the current assessed valuation for the entire county and what percentage of that was for Grant Township. And at that time is 1.19% in 2016. And then we took that 1.19% and applied it to that 74.36% of our budget. Next. So here's a great graph here that McKinsey worked to do for us with our city GIS. This is just a little bit of a heat map that shows the response times from fire station number 1 to the different areas within Grant Township. The yellow circles are the commercial property areas within Grant Township, and those areas that are encircled account for about $17 million of their assessed valuation. Those coincidentally coincide with the amount of responses that we have of those 53 calls that we went to in 2020. Unfortunately, I don't have McKinsey here. She just recently had a new baby girl, and so we're all very excited for her, but we look forward to her return. But I did it the old-fashioned way. I took a map and I plotted all the points onto the map. Old school, it never fails. But when I plotted those 53 calls, all 53 of those calls aligned with those commercial districts, with the addition of I-70 that proceeds through the area, 24 highway, and 59 highway. So the calls were all clustered around those areas. That's where the people were at, and that's where the risk takes place. Next, please. So in this year, we have a new EMS agreement, as everybody knows. Created a new formula where now that the county is responsible for 36% and the city is responsible for 64% of our budget. As we divide that up, we have the fire-only expenses, the internal service fees are included now, as well as the shared expenses that we pay 64% of that. Out of our total budget of $26 million, $17,143,000 of that is dedicated to the fire side of the organization. And that is the new funding formula, the 64-36 split. We use that as we move back into trying to identify the cost for service for the agreement. So applying our historical methodology, the one that was used in 2015, we looked at the assessed valuation of the entire county, and we found out what Grant Township's assessed valuation percentage was. The city was 74.67%, but Grant Township's was at 1.14%. So we said of that assessed valuation, we took that 1.14% and applied that to the $17,143,000 of our fire budget. That's 64%. And that came out to $195,430.20 is what would be the old system that would be applied for the provide fire protection to Grant Township.
Tom Fagan, Division Chief of Administration. So on this slide, it shows several different alternative formularies to try to determine what the cost of service would be. And this is only four, but really there is a myriad of different ways to try to identify the cost. The first one being cost per capita. We also considered a cost per call, but looking at 3 and 4 against what historically has been in place in the previous agreement, these were also alternative funding consideration or costing out methodologies. The first one looking at, again, assessed evaluation, the rate being proportionate to the total fire service area. And so that one would be Grant Township and Lawrence together, and that percentage would be a 1.5% using today's assessed evaluation if we were to use that methodology. And you can see that amount would be just over $257,000. And then the next one is based on Grant Township's valuation, proportionate to the City of Lawrence's valuation, which would be at 1.52%. Again, just over $260,000. But there's several ways to identify cost. But what we have done at this point is to use the same methodology that was used historically.
So we use the existing methodologies that have been in place previously. And what's important to understand is Grant Township knows that their fire protection that they're provided is underfunded, and that we need to have a more stronger support from Grant Township for the provision of that fire service. Realizing that as a ISO rated 1 community, there is some benefit for the commercial industries that are alongside the city boundaries where we have hydrated water. As an ISO class 1, we look at water supply, we look at emergency communications, and we look at the fire service. All that figures into the ISO rating. So water supply being a large part of that, I think 40%. And so those facilities, manufacturing and commercial facilities on the edge of our city benefit from having us as a class 1 organization with ISO for their insurance rating. And so they have that benefit as well. But as we look through the service, we started looking at the transition, and I talked about the 357% since 2005. Grant Township knows that they're underfunding their fire protection. The question for them becomes, can they afford to continue at the level of service delivery that we're providing? What they have asked us to do, and we've agreed with them to try to move forward, is to do a 1-year agreement at $160,000. That's $5,000 more, about 3% more than it was last year for those 53 calls that we respond to be able to provide that service to Grant Township so they can identify in 2022 what level of service they're going to be able to continue to provide within their township. Realizing that there are other opportunities for different delivery models than what the City of Lawrence is providing to them. So our recommendation is that we do a 1-year agreement for $160,000. We work through 2022 to see if we're able to come up with a new funding methodology that works for the City of Lawrence and Grant Township for the level of service they provide.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. Questions for Chief Coffey or Chief Fagan?
Commissioner Larson, I had a question. So Sean, or Chief Coffey, I'm sorry, could you tell me how much it actually costs us to provide this service, our actual costs?
Well, I can tell you on a cost per call, we can come with an estimate, but realizing that the funding formula is always difficult, as you remember in the EMS discussion, as we were going through that. Initially, we came forward as a project team, were unable to provide that. Wichita State was unable to provide that. I think when we look at providing 24-hour protection, those resources have to be here, whether they're called out or not. But looking at a cost per call, looking at the FEMA, what they call the NIMS compliance model, right now it says that for a type 1 engine, which is what we'd have, if we sent that out and it was out in an hour, they'd be reimbursed at $140. So if we looked at this type of call, if we went out on it, one engine would take $261. You take that times 3 engines, 2 medic units, a rescue, and a chiefs, it comes to about $1,305 if we went out there for an hour based upon what the NIM says the cost is, plus our hourly rate. But if you take and this is the thing, you never know how many calls you have. Currently, with the 53 calls we go on at the $155,000, they're reimbursing us about $2,758 ballpark for calls that when we go out there, if you did it by call. So it is difficult and challenging in that there's no, within the fire service industry or the EMS industry, to be able to come up with that, hey, is it just this much per call? Because you're paying for those resources, whether they're out on that call or not.
Commissioner Larson, thank you, Chief. The new software that we are getting, financial software that we are getting, are we going to be able to track that better as to what it actually costs us to provide these services? And I understand you've got to have so much capacity on hand, and that's typical for any business. You've got to have so much equipment capacity, so much labor capacity. That's a given. But yeah, it seems to me like we should be able to come up with what does it actually cost us to do this, and determine if that's what we're actually if we're charging that, or if we don't want to charge this, that's fine. But it should be a decision that's made, at the commission level as to whether or not we're going to break even on it or whether or not we're going to lose money on it. But it just seems to me like we just really need to get a handle on what does it actually cost us to do it, and then take a look at that.
And I think we talked a little bit about our record management system does not have that capability, but I know the city's in the process of purchasing a new system. And I don't know if Jeremy might be able to shed some light on that as he's worked. I know that's been a rather large project for him.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I do believe that the Ceridian system we're purchasing will give us a little bit more insight than what we have currently. But again, as Chief Coffey alluded to, the cost per call is a very ubiquitous term because the number of calls vary. It's not a static measurement that we're trying to measure our costs against. What we would most likely see is a metric that may be a cost per thousand or something that's a little bit more uniform, by which we could then compare the cost per thousand residents of Lawrence to the cost per thousand residents of a township or the county or any other benchmark.
This is Mr. Boley. Oh,
No, go ahead. Well, Mayor Finkelstein, I guess I was going to say, kind of the flip side of that question is, as you said, it depends on the number of calls, right? Last year we had no structure fires. So are we going to base next year on the fact that there wouldn't be any structure fires? Or if lightning strikes and hits a house and starts it on fire, do we think about some reimbursable model? Well, that's very hard for a township to know after the fact what they're going to have to pay because they have to set their tax rates beforehand. So, I certainly understand the goal, but I also see the difficulty of how you would, figure that out at any given time. And so, yeah, it's a very difficult situation. I would think from the Grand Township's point of view, what they're thinking is, well, how much would it cost for me to get my own tanker truck and hire 2 firefighters to sit out there? And at $256,000, I might be able to do that, and I'll take my chances. I guess that's the flip side of that. And so I can see why they need some discussion. Sorry, I got off track there. We're asking questions. Commissioner Boley.
Thanks, Mayor. We use the pavement condition index to determine the condition of city streets. Chief, is there a similar index for township roads?
I cannot be 100% sure on this, Commissioner Bowley. Sean Coffey, Fire Chief, I'm sorry. I looked at the county's website. They have that on the city's website on the mapping feature. I checked the county's website. I did not find that. I did reach out to some of our personnel as it related to road conditions, just to kind of get a feel from them. I talked to the station officers, the captains that respond out there, and their feeling was, as you can see from kind of that heat map I showed, our predominant route is on the state highways and majors, and they haven't experienced any difficulties. The one that did mention said that he did get off when it's very rainy out and muddy, that sometimes that can be a challenge to get through as well. Our medic officers, they respond throughout the county. And as they talked about the road conditions, they said there were some spots that could be challenging at times, but they also said there's other areas within the county that they experience the same challenge.
Thank you, Chief. This is Commissioner Bowley again. You know, we invested $3 million or so with the county and the city into the driveways at our fire station, in large part to conserve our equipment. And I've been concerned about the equipment going over township roads, but it sounds to me like most of the calls are actually in places that can be served by the highways or county roads, which are pretty good.
Yes, sir. But I would tell you, I would like to say they'd all be there, but we don't know that. And so we have to be prepared to respond anywhere right now in the township.
This is Commissioner Bowley again. You know, at 53 calls, that doesn't sound like very much, but, you know, if you look at it on a per capita basis, it seems like it's about twice what the number is for actual city of Lawrence. Is that accurate?
Well, I guess trying to figure that out, when I did that, I took it says right now that the township has 440 residents and 53 incidents. That's about 8.3 incidents per person, right? 8.3 people per incident. And if you take the city, and there's 100,000 residents, and we had 4,035, that's about 24 people per incident.
Wow.
So, but the problem with that, I would challenge it a little bit, is that, remember, we're talking about Grant Township, I would tell you, is a main transportation hub. It has I-70 in part of it. It has 2440. It has Highway 59. And we also have the commercial and industrial occupancies there. And so when we say there's 440 residents in there, that may be residents that live there. But like a lot of cities, it ebbs and flows on the population. And so I may say there's only 440 people there. On a busy day when everybody's at work, they're at the plants, at the ICL, Chemtrade, at the different facilities, the population, I'm sure, swells up above that 440.
Thanks, Chief. This is Commissioner Bowley again. It seems like it would be challenging to provide that service with a couple guys in the truck, but that's just me. You know, to look at the recommended amount of 160,000, it seems like using the most, you know, generous, which is the historical methodology. That's still a subsidy of $35,000 plus by the city taxpayers to Grant Township. I'm concerned about that. Can you respond on that, Chief? What are we buying with that $35,000?
We with that $195,000, as we were entered into the negotiations and discussions with Grant Township, there was some real concern on their part of being able to, moving forward, how they'd be able to fund the level of service that they had. And their request was, could we move forward one more year to be able to still make a determination of whether we're going to continue with this service delivery. And if we could do that, we're hopeful to be able to get that through. It was an extra $5,000 and as a concession to be able to get that through versus maybe not having a contract and canceling of the service or going with a different provider of the service. And so it was a compromise, and at the reduction of the $35,000, I definitely, if we go with that we have let Grant Township know that would not be a consideration going forward after 2022. That it, at a minimum, it have to be, we say 195, realizing though with our budget change, then the assessed valuation changes, that number will probably change even to a higher number. And that's where we're going to be looking at this, not back at the 160.
This Commissioner Bowley. So essentially what you're saying is we've been subsidizing them for years. We're just increasing a little bit because we're going to continue the subsidy for another year while they figure out what they want to do.
We're going to try to get through one more year and be able to provide it. And we've been working hard to try to ramp that up. Like I talked about, that 357% increase since 2005. But we need to get this and have it formulated and a decision made. And by doing 1 year, and with the idea that that's it.
This Commissioner Bowley, I guess what I would respond to that is, I had no idea that $5,000 or whatever it was the right number back then. I think the historic record may be flawed in this whole deal. And I got to say, I appreciate your consideration for your responsibilities to the public and wanting to extend this service. I really do appreciate that. It's important to realize that, you've been providing, service to these folks for your career at our department. But I'm really concerned about the effect on the taxpayers here as well. But anyway, I'm past my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Bully, this is Commissioner Ananda. I will say, as someone who regularly goes to Grant Township, because I have a kid who goes to a school there, the not highway roads are like driving on the moon. Our road was unpaved, and 60 families use that road every day, and it is a nightmare. When it rains, it is a slick, and there are ditches, and it is highly unpleasant. And I would say, I am very grateful for the city providing this service. I would definitely be uncomfortable sending my kiddos to a school where, it's 2 people in a truck. That's going to save that school from a fire versus, our well-trained, highly responsive, very effective fire department. So I'm hopeful that conversation for next year's contract will be fruitful. And I guess, so I did have a question. It wasn't comment time. But I did want to answer Commissioner Bully's question about the roads out there. So I am wondering, is there an impact? I know that they have to, because they have early childhood, have, inspections for KDHE and fire inspectors, et cetera. Would that apply to those services as well, to that school in particular? If that contract weren't approved for 2022.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, is that for me, Sean Coffey, Fire Chief?
Commissioner Nada, yes. I believe you're the one that can probably have the answer to that question.
So is it, I guess just for my orientation purposes, is that what used to be called the old, Grant Township School?
Grant School, yeah.
Yes, Grant School, yes. I'm not sure what the state's requirements are. Obviously, we like to have a surface that's improved enough that has the capacity to carry our apparatus. If we're not able to get there, we can't do any good for anybody. And so we're large, we move slowly in the mud, and we don't do very well off-road. So it's important that we have an improved surface as much as possible to be able to get where we are. And so that would always be a discussion that our folks, when they're out there, the road that was brought to my attention was the one just on the west side of the airport that they said had a tendency to be rather slick when it got, as we use the term, greasy, when it got wet. And so they were concerned about that one.
This is Commissioner Nutter. So I think the other part of my question was around like inspections and things like that for schools or other businesses out there. Would those be associated with that contract as well? Would they not be able to access those services either?
That's a great question. We do not provide any community risk reduction support out there. So inspections, we do not provide that. Any building inspections, any public education, none of that's provided for us. Now those fees are figured into the cost, but we do not provide community risk reduction. Our fire investigators don't even investigate unless we're asked by the sheriff's office. They're the initial investigators. And then if they need assistance, they'll call us.
Mayor Finkel, I'll go ahead and open this to public comment before we bring it back for more discussion. Sherry, is anyone present in the City Hall?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. If any person online would like to make comment on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature and Sherry will call upon you.
There's no comment.
Mayor Finkel, bring it back to the commission for comments, questions, or motions.
This is Commissioner Boley. I'm concerned about the subsidy in a year that, we got significant budget concerns. I guess I'd like to continue the conversation now about this agreement before we approve it. I think it's worthwhile to have a continued discussion with Grant Township about whether these terms are fair to the Lawrence taxpayers. And I think it's important for the businesses that are served by this, the residents that are served by this, have an opportunity to think about it, as well as our Lawrence residents. Again, I appreciate the service that's been provided since 1979. It's commendable, but with our budget situation, I think we need to be looking at a lot of things like this. And I appreciate all the work that went into the, revision of the agreement with the county, because, that's made us think about a lot of these things. So that's where I am on this.
This is Commissioner Larson. I would be able to support that, Commissioner Boley, to at least take a longer look at this, just to make sure we understand all the potential ramifications of what we're doing here, as well as the impact to our actual taxpayers. And, there's always going to be some services where there's a subsidy involved to some degree or another. And I think we need to make sure we fully understand what that subsidy would entail and how it impacts our taxpayers, and then make a decision as to whether or not we want to continue to provide that. So I would be more willing to take a longer look at this.
Vice Mayor Shipley, could I be sure and clarify that this contract ends in December?
Yes, ma'am. Sean Coffey, Fire Chief, does expire on the 31st of December.
Mayor Finkel, that was my question too. Commissioner Boley, you wanted to negotiate the 1-year deal, or you wanted to try to negotiate a full 5-year deal or something between now and the end of the year?
I think that, a week or two deferral would still give us meetings this month where we could have conversations about whether we're going to do a full year contract, whether we do a partial year contract, what the rate would be, what assurances they can give us about what they're going to do with their roads, that we're putting our equipment on. I think there are things that weren't talked about in these discussions because, frankly, we were just rolling over an agreement and trying to get through another year. I think we could talk about them now and just say, if this is what it's costing the Lawrence taxpayers, maybe you can do a little bit more than upping it $5,000. That's another thing. So, I think the conversation could continue instead of having us just say, okay, fine, we're going to subsidize another year and call it good.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I think that I definitely think there's space for that conversation. I also think that any modification that would come anywhere close to covering the gap of what we're subsidizing isn't going to necessarily be reached in 2 weeks, particularly presuming that they've already done their budgets and that, you know, the Grant Township holds their meetings at the school space. So, you know, in our dialogues with them through renting that space for the school, I have some sense of their budget capacity. And it certainly doesn't have 30 grand sitting around to throw at this. That said, I haven't been there in a few years on the board, but I think that giving a year to let them make long-term plans that are more sustainable and that are more aligned without creating, you know, a pulling the rug kind of situation for them may be preferable. I mean, I'm open to having more dialogue about that. I'm unwilling to say, you know, if that were to fall apart, then fend for yourselves. Despite our long history with them.
This Commissioner Bowie, I don't feel like that's what I'm saying. And I'd also point out that their municipal mill levy is about 10 mils lower than ours. So, you know, I think that there are other ways that we can look at some numbers. And I think maybe we should look at more numbers as we have these conversations. But I think it's important to realize the relationship and that they need to realize the relationship as well.
Mayor Finkel, I guess I think if we want to talk about this more, we should defer it and possibly talk about it in an executive session. I don't feel real good about negotiating in public about some of my thoughts on some of these items. So I guess listening to Commissioner Bowie, I think maybe we would defer this and bring it back in a couple of weeks and see what information we can gather. And if we need to talk about an executive session between now and then, we can do that. Would be my thought process. It would just be a motion to defer.
This is Commissioner Bowie. I appreciate that, Mayor. I'm fully open to that.
Commissioner Arson, I would support that too.
This Commissioner Bowie, I move that we defer this item 2 weeks and consider an executive session next week, perhaps. That's perhaps an emotion. That's not right. Executive session next week, defer 2 weeks, come back and figure it out.
Commissioner Arson, is that a motion there, Commissioner Bowie?
That's a motion. I'm sorry, it's a little, it's a tired motion.
Commissioner Arson, I would second that.
Mayor Finkel, Vice Mayor Shipley appears to be thinking about this. So before I call just to a vote, did you have any questions about that motion or thoughts? Or if I delay long enough, I could give you some more time to think before.
Mayor, I appreciate you, as always, Vice Mayor Shipley. Yeah, I'm going to struggle with this. There's a certain kind of, I'm concerned that we're down to the wire for another community. They are our neighbors. We have been working with them. I don't know that I have the same axe to grind on the townships or the counties. And I'm concerned that the way that this might be approached is damaging to that relationship and just general courtesy. So I'm willing to have a discussion in an executive session, and I agree, Mayor, that that's appropriate. But I also am not convinced that giving a smaller entity a year to think really hard about what they can do, is that hard for our community. So I guess I have 50 seconds to decide.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Say this really slowly as you think. Okay. There is a motion by Commissioner Bully. There was a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Bully.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley.
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda.
Nay.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Aye. Passes 4-1. Chief Coffey, thank you. And I guess we'll see you back in 2 weeks for a little more discussion on this item. That ends our regular agenda and takes us to commissioning items. Any commissioners have any commission items? Seeing none, that takes us to the city manager's report. Craig?
Good evening, City Manager Craig Owens. There are 5 items on the report this evening. The first one is just an update about the planning efforts that have gone into our winter emergency shelter planning and programming. Just to summarize, we've been working on this for many months, and there continues to be complexity with the continuing pandemic and COVID surging in our community and around the country. So that complexity and uncertainty certainly hasn't made that planning easier, but we have prepared some options. We're still continuing to work with community partners and continue conversations, but we wanted you to have an update of where we are today with it. And I was grateful that it is getting a little more attention because it's an important item and it's pressing with our changing weather conditions. Happy to answer any questions on that before moving on.
Finkel, any questions? Or I would just say, I mean, certainly I appreciate the update. I know this is something, we've been working hard on, staff has been working hard on, and community members have, as well as, something that's in our strategic plan. And certainly I hope between this agenda item and the story in the paper, maybe we do get some churches who are willing to step up and partner with us. That's certainly our first choice to figure out how we can, move this forward and again, historically. So hopefully that comes to be. If not, we have to continue to look at other options as we push forward. And I know those other options being considered, and there's a lot more discussion to be had on that. And but I think the first step is to get this out there and see who's willing to partner with us, and then we know what our options are going forward. Other questions or comments on that? I know this will probably be an ongoing conversation. We might see this on many city managers' reports and or agenda items going forward. But thank you for the work on that. I know Brandon and Danny are working hard on it as well.
Yes, indeed.
As well as many of our service providers.
Yeah.
Okay.
City Manager Craig Owens. So the rest are pretty more standard reports, future work session items, upcoming agenda items, the building permits and sales tax report. And again, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mayor Finkel, had questions or comments? I like those building reports and sales tax reports that are positive like these two. If we can continue those for the near and long term, we'd appreciate that. Thank you. Those are good reports. Any questions for Craig on those reports? Seeing none, this is a public hearing item. If any member of the public would like to speak about one of those 5 items, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, and Sherry will call upon you.
Reach out to me today.
No one has indicated they want to speak to this item.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you. That brings us to the calendar. Any comments on the calendar? Mayor Finkel, I see no items on the calendar. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Lawson.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't get my little thing to unmute. I did want to just make a note that this Saturday, October 9th, that the Community Remembrance Project will be having their event for a memorial for the lynchings that occurred in 1882, and it'll be underneath the Kansas River Bridge at 10 a.m. So that's an event that has been long in the making, over a year working on it, and we finally able to get it set to have that ceremony.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that. Other comments on the calendar? Seeing none, that'll take us to our executive session. And before we make a motion to move into executive session about this personnel matter, I did have a conversation with Tony. Last time I had mentioned we would be talking about the city manager's review and about the process. And, Tony correctly mentioned that the process wouldn't necessarily be the subject of an executive session. The review part would be, but not necessarily the process. So I wanted to make clear that, and bring up before we go into executive session, my idea on the process this year would be for us to have this 20-minute executive session tonight. In the next meeting or two, have an executive session with Craig where he brings his self-evaluation and we have a joint session. And then as necessary, there would be a third meeting in which we, finalize that evaluation, performance review, and so forth. That's kind of the process I'm thinking about from a pure process standpoint. Anyone have any thoughts or comments on that process?
This Commissioner Bowley, I'm okay with it.
Okay, we just want to be clear on that. And so now I think we can look for a motion to move into executive session.
This Commissioner Bowley, I move we recess into executive session for approximately 20 minutes to discuss a personnel matter involving a city employee pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exemption, KSA 75-4319B1. The justification of the executive session is to protect employee privacy. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with Resolution Number 7388 at the conclusion of the executive session.
Mr. Rush, second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. A motion by Commissioner Bowley, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. That'll bring us back at 9:59 and will give us 1 minute to adjourn before 10 o'clock. So we will see you at 9:59. 8:59. We are back in executive session and have nothing to report, but I'll go ahead and take roll call and forget this time. Vice Mayor Shipley,
Here.
Commissioner Ananda,
Here.
Commissioner Lawson,
Here.
Commissioner Bully,
Here.
Mayor Finkel, I am here as well. And again, we have nothing to report from executive session. I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
Commissioner Ananda, I move to adjourn.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Ananda,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Bully,
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Passes 5-0. We'll see you all next week. Thank you.